here. All right. Oh my God. I was waiting for that thing for like half a minute. Ah. So good. Normally it pops in. Oh my gosh. I was like, where's the count in? Because at the point, I thought it's funny. Yesterday, I was like, oh, well, these count-ins are always like half mean a number. So at least that's now not going to be that. Boy. How is all? Hey, Takara, how you doing? God, it's been a minute since I've seen you. Huh. It must have been 7 hours ago. Let's do this. Come on. I gotta bring my face closer. I've only got one face. There you go. And it is 4. Do we cut on some lights? Let's cut on some lights. Came home. I got fast food. I apologize for that. Oh, I'm good. I'm glad that you're doing good. Oh my gosh. That is not the mode. All right. This is what we need to do. We need to break you out of work. We're going to have one of those old style stealth infiltration movies where like you sneak in and we get you out. Some of it will be what do they call it? Misdirection, where I'll wear a fancy mustache. We're out here. Hello, good evening. Then we'll have like maybe Ted like infiltrate through the vents. Oh yeah, it'll be. By the time it hit Netflix, because movie theaters are dead, by the way. I hate to tell people, but by the time it hit Netflix, that's what we're talking about. So you all know I have this thing about people, right? I used to think the Democratic Party was a thing, not anymore. But I have this thing about people. And I've been thinking about starting what I was about to say, a Me Too group. But I wasn't thinking Me Too. I was thinking about like everybody can join group. Me Too is not like you don't want to start a Me Too group. So like Group Me, right? Group where we get more people every place doing this from their own house, right? You just have to, I have to figure out how Group Me works. But yeah, I think that could be a thing. That way I don't look crazy here by myself. And, excuse me. Wow. Again, don't smoke. I'm fine all day. Come home and it is what it is. Plus, it's also like 72 degrees in the rest of the house. And here I have the windows open because I like to smoke in this room. Don't judge me. Okay, no, judge me. I totally deserve judgment. Okay, that's cool. We get it. We look, if you interact with me in chat, it's a super bonus. But don't feel obligated. And I'm just glad that you came through. That's awesome. But we're still gonna come up with a plan to break you out of work. We're gonna get like maps made with crayons. Yeah, it's gonna be low budget, but it's gonna work. So I was thinking about some of this. Oh, you're very, very welcome. I was thinking about some of this guitar practice here, and a lot of I do a lot of it because I know you don't want to sit and watch me be silent, going ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong for like 3 hours. I know but some of the other stuff is really cool. So I was thinking maybe today we'll finish the second chart and talk nonsense. But there's a couple of interesting stories in the newspaper. This whole team from Burger King quit their job and they put on like the marquee under the Burger King sign. We all quit. Have a nice day. Excuse me. apparently there was like 4 people working, like in like the super hot shift and no air conditioning. And this is what I mean by going to the mine. It's like a lot of us work at jobs where they don't care. And before I left Facebook, which has been about a year, before I left Facebook, which has been about a year, people were I was like, who wants to put this place back together the way it was? Some people are really enjoying enjoying their existence here, and a lot more people are not. And now everyone gets to go, I'm sick of slaving away for nothing, right? I can't afford college. It's a way to keep you on the bottom. While I tell people, this is the new plantation system. They've done it all with law and legal work. They're still locking up people, making them make stuff for free, just like the Chinese do. No one else does that. So it's just the only thing that now it's not just black people, it's everybody. So my famous quote of "Congratulations, America, you're all niggas now" does not fly well, and I agree with that, and I apologize, and I'm trying to rework it. But it's a hot pill to swallow when I say that, because people begin to realize, I guess all the people I blame because they told me to blame them weren't to blame. No one's going to go blame me, I'm your congressman. Blame me, I'm your senator. No one's going to do that. So yeah, it's one of the reasons why I went for politics. But the idea that everybody quit and there was only like 6 people in the whole restaurant do all the shifts, it's sort of like, yeah, I get why everybody quit. My God, look, overtime is great, but you don't want to be made to do overtime, made to miss stuff in your life. Do you? Nah, I don't think you do. Do we have anything in here? Oh my goodness, it's 3:05. We have been streaming for 7 minutes. We were 2 minutes early. That's important. Because let me tell you, I still have those wings from and fries. I'm gonna have to do something about that because I don't like to buy and waste food. When I do that, I swear to God, I hear my mother's voice in my head, and I know she's not dead. God, thank the Lord. But I hear her, just 7-year-old me going, "Don't you waste that food." Like 7-year-old me, her telling 7-year-old me not to waste food, not to do this. So I hear her. And it's funny. I took a steak a couple of days ago, and I was like, I took it out the freezer. It's been storing, so now it's thawed for like 2 days. And if I don't cook it today, I'm going to have to throw it out. And someone in the chat, Let It Be, she simply said, "Don't waste that steak." And I was like, oh, I was like, I gotta go cook it. So I mean, it was totally worth it. Filled the whole place up with smoke. The best steaks are made over fire because you can get a nice crunchy outer layer but in a pan, to do that, you have to turn the heat up, super scorch the place. I hope, like, when I buy a place, the kitchen has to have windows because you need to sometimes open the windows and throw a fan in there because some stuff should be cooked at a stupid high point. You're not always burning stuff. I realized that late in life. You're not always burning stuff, right? And like I realized late in life, you're not always making love. Sometimes you're just fucking. Sorry. Oh no, she was here a few weeks ago. She told me when I was like, I gotta cook that steak that I took out the fridge 2 days ago. It's been thawing for 2 days. I gotta cook it, but I don't want to cook it. It's super hot today. And she just said, don't throw it away, right? Don't let it go bad, essentially. And I was like, oh, she's right. I gotta cook it. And so I cooked it, and I it was great. So now I have 2 burger patties in there that I'm gonna season up and cook tomorrow. But when I order from places, I go through a rush. I'm like, oh, so I wanted to order rasa pasta last week. I didn't. Proud of me. But I did end up getting like all this stuff that I normally don't get because I like to cook. So I go through these kind of like hiccups of where I'm like I think this all started with this buffet style restaurant. I'm from New York. New York does not have buffet style restaurants, right? Because you know what would happen? It would get super ridiculous super soon. Anybody who's ever tried to open one went out of business fairly quickly because people will pay $5 and eat $90 worth of food, right? And put you in a hole fairly quickly. down here, beautiful Virginia area. Yeah, yeah. I just went to this place. My nephew took me there. I was like, I can't be like, yeah, just get all steak if you want. So I went to the steak guy. He was like, how you want? I was like, I'll take whatever you got. He was like, all right. I was, man, I could not believe it. So since then, I've sort of been like, ooh, let's try this. Ooh, let's try this. Ooh, let's try this. Even as I plot against my own increasing chubbiness, with at this point, it's just talk of exercise, but there's still thoughts of it. So it is what it is, right? Metabolism shifts, six-pack become kegs, and kegs become giant beer barrels that you carry around with you. And I'm sure ladies have their own aging deals. I don't know why they would worry, because women are always awesome, right? The only people I hear complain about women are exes, whether those are ex-husbands, ex-boyfriends, uh, and brothers of, like, my sister's crazy, right? Those otherwise, all I hear is people singing songs about ladies, so which is nice. I say that because I think people really do think that there are bad relationships, and I think you should put it in perspective. Most of these songs are about how he misses her, right? And that's really what it is. You may get an Eminem every occasionally talking nonsense about, well, nonsense. It's his life. What do they call it? His lived experience about ladies, and that's fine. But yeah, I like ladies. Here's the ladies. My mom's a lady, but trust me, give it another 20 years. That here's the ladies. There's gonna be a lot of guys in that group. A lot of it'll be it won't be so homogenized. Let's just say that. That's better. Oh, what a day it was today! It was super hot. It was not my favorite day. It was almost. I mean, no, you should be appreciative. It was a good day, right? Um, no rain, a lot of sun, a lot of heat, a lot of humidity. Uh, I had coffee for breakfast. I'm having whiskey for dinner. I have to come up with an actual meal plan. But like I said, when I ship this thing to about maybe 6, I'm going to have a chance to eat something and maybe have a sandwich on standby. Right now, I would have to make something. I would have to go and make a sandwich, which is fine. But yeah, like I said before, I just never make a sandwich. I'll tip it with butter on it, then throw it in the pan and dirty up some dishes, make a nice hot then, or make it, mash it down, wrap it in aluminum foil, and then throw it in the oven. I could do that. But even prepping that, it's going to take me a little bit. Here is the thing. What I remember 15 years ago, the government sent some guy to jail for like 100 years for sending spam messages to people's computers. And then they did something where nobody could spam your phone. And now all I'm getting is spam phone calls. Like, I thought you fixed it. It's sort of ridiculous. People are crazy. So what are we doing? We were going to do the other of this. We were going to fill in to extend the guitar board. We were going to fill this in a little arts and crafts and chit chat. I think that's orange. Where is orange? This is brown, right? We know this, right? What did I use for the interior? Because it's not this red. It's not this red. This red was used for the lettering. So okay. I think I've become an old fogey. You know what I mean? I I'm judgmental of young people, and I shouldn't be. I remember how that was. But some of the stuff don't make no sense to me, which I guess that is the way it's supposed to work, right? You're supposed to be born in the cut, right? And as you age, you get further away, and the cut is always popular culture. So you age into it because you can't drink, you can't drive, you can't go around, you don't know what you like, listen to the music your parents like, you associate with your grandparents, you love them, they're your closest people. Um, then eventually, as you age up, you begin to like your own music, and you fall into the cut somewhere, I want to say around 16, 17, 18, where you get your own job, get your own money, sort of like know what you like about 15, 16, 17. Then when you get your own job, you can buy that stuff, right? So now you're in the cut. And people fall out of the cut. So I'm not buying rap music anymore. Uh, I'm not buying music anymore, quite frankly. But when I was young, music was everything. Um, Buying music, going to record stores, flipping through vinyl. Those days are gone forever. Oh my God. Um, should we cut on some lights? I'm just feeling really freaking old all of a sudden. Should we cut on some lights? I have to get my windshield replaced. Ugh. Here's the thing. I'm glad I didn't get it replaced when I was going to about 3 months ago, because I was like, yeah, I'll do it another time. The next day, literally the next day, I'm not the next day, like the next week, another rock hit the windshield, like like that's not 2 inches, but maybe 4 inches away from where the first one went, and then the crack started growing, and now this crack has slowly crawled across like half the windscreen. It's high up, but it still bothers me. And the other one is sort of like someone tried to shoot a pebble at the passenger headrest, and I was just kind of like, it is what it is, man. Well, what it is crazy, but And now I hear that nobody, like all these cars, used cars are as expensive as new cars because there are chips in the new cars. Here's the thing: take it from a law enforcement specialist. You want to keep your car fluid and grooving and rocking. You don't ever want, but that doesn't mean you need to get a brand new car. My dream car is a 1967 Chevy Camaro Supersport XS/SS. Woo! There's a picture of it. If you ever saw the movie Better Off Dead, it's the car that she fixes in the garage. That car has got fat wheels. No one buys cars like that anymore. But still, the aesthetic of that car, beautiful. Camaros, Corvettes. You can't have a Corvette in New York because they sit that high off the road and there are potholes everywhere. So people realize that when they drive their Corvette into New York City, which is why you never see Corvettes in New York. Those fat body Porsches, like the 911 Carreras, right? But you can drive one of those and keep it rocking forever. And you know why? They don't have a chip in them. They don't have the government following you from the Walmart to the Dwayne Reed or wherever the hell you're going. These are anonymous. So, but remember, Barack Obama murdered off all these used cars, right? And that sort of drove the market up because, look, if I have 1,000 chickens and I'm selling chickens, and I'll sell you a baby chicken for $50 and a mama chicken for $70, and a roasted chicken for $5 because I have such a surplus of chickens, and I know that if you have one chicken, you're going to make your own chickens. So I want to but maybe I wouldn't sell the chickens for breeding because that cuts into my business. But that's not the point. The point is, if I had these chickens, and I was selling you like a $5 roasted chicken, which is ubiquitous at Walmart and all these other places. People don't want those jobs. They don't want those jobs. So now you don't have anybody in your farmhouses to work for $5 an hour to wade through 100,000 chickens and their chicken shit right, dressed in rubber suits, smelling the place with those filtered masks that I'm pretty sure aren't easily got because these people cut corners every place. Now all of a sudden you don't have those people, so instead of making 100,000 chickens, send them to my chicken ranch. You're making 20,000 chickens. Now you have less, so the chickens are worth more, right? So, like I said, when I ordered this thing, they were like, this meal that I always get that cost me $13, and I get two of them because they're great. Then I'm like, $13, $15, right? Plus tax, so it always costs $32. I'm like, man, I can make this. But all right, I'll murder one tonight, and then the other one I'll stick in the fridge when it cools down, and murder that one tomorrow. Called the place up, $54. That's $25 per tray. You're supposed to be a takeout joint. You're not a restaurant. I'm not spending $25 for a sit down at a steak restaurant. So now something tells me if I went into a steak restaurant to get a steak that should normally cost me $40 with potatoes and a nice, 45 plus tax. Let's call it $50, right? Something tells me that steak dinner is going to cost me to sit down and eat a random steak dinner that I could cook for myself is going to cost me $75. No steak dinner is worth $75. You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing. We're not an island. I'm about to go off on my shit. This is why this is a guitar / political podcast sometimes, social podcast sometimes. Have you ever had Wagyu? You know what? I've got some in the fridge. I'm going to show you the magic of what Japan did. All right, a couple of things happen here. A New York strip is a cut, right? It doesn't come from New York, but it's a popular cut. Now, I don't know if you can see this, but this is regular good ass American steak that I'm about to burn down, right? Pretty good. Don't get me wrong. That's a nice cut. But if you look, I mean, this is fat deposits, but this is Wagyu beef, right? And what the Japanese did is they raised their cows because they don't have a lot of land, so they can't be taking their cows from like the top of Montana way down through Texas, making them more muscle, more meat. So they let their cows, because they're an island, they let their cows sit around, get super fat. They don't have a lot of them, and when you get them, there's all this like fat between the muscles, and it tastes. I can't even tell. Oh my god! So between this and this is good. Don't get it wrong. American steak is the bomb, but there are 10 million cows easily, at a minimum, roaming through the interior of the country. Japan, they may have 100,000. You know what I'm saying? So it's like champagne. They may make 5 million bottles of champagne out of the Champagne region, right? But once everybody else knows their recipe, there can be 1 billion bottles. So then, straight from the Champagne district in France, it makes it more expensive because that was before California's wine game kicked them. They had their champagne was just as good. They had to call it something else because it wasn't from the French Champagne region. But I don't know if even the wine will be great anymore because the place is perpetually on fire. So maybe it'll be more expensive because there are less wineries, but you want more than one winery to have a thing. Let me put this back. Woo! Yeah, so I'll tell you in a second. You know what I do have in there? I have low-fat mozzarella cheese sticks that I can have with the Cheez-Its. So I eat Cheez-Its. I'm like, what are Cheez-Its good for? I just eat them when I was gaming. I was like, yeah, I'd buy them, but my dog loved them. Sydney loved them. They were like, like there are dog treats, and then there are like human treats that you can give dogs that they love. Cheeses is one of those. Buy cheeses if you don't eat them for your dog. Trust me, they love them. But then I found like just like last week, they cheeses with like a string cheese, which I also don't like. I don't know why I have it in the house. All of a sudden, am I going to cut this on? You can't really see. It comes on with such a bright kick, and then it goes to ass. Let's put ice in this. Let's cut this on. I'm sort of running out of. Like I said, I know you want to see me clunk 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 all the time. I do it. I'm here every day for 1,000 days. Obviously, I know you don't want to see me do it all the time, but what do I do other than that? I mean, I'm a chatty Cathy. That is the bomb. I like doing that. Also like arts and crafts as soon as I can find my other thing because I don't want the second fret to be different. What I should have done is drew a picture where the frets would be, but that didn't happen. That's amazing. I don't know what color that is. So what I may do, just to save my own ass, is go excuse me, is go in here with a different color to make this circle darker. And then I just make all the other circles darker. Yeah. L'chaim, baby. So let me give you guys a rah-rah speech. Remember, your job is not your life, right? It's just a job. Unless it's high end, you're a lawyer, a doctor. You got a lot more job stuff that time. But if you work, like we common folk, everything from a waitress, right, to a delivery guy, to like postal worker, to delivery guy, federal gig, whatever. You need to carve out some time in your week, maybe not every day, to make sure that you don't become like a pod person, wage slave, miserable fuck, waiting for a retirement date, right? Fuck that. I mean, that date's going to come anyway, but while you're getting there, you could do something else. You could be a musician. You could be an author, writer. Who knows? Maybe you'll write a graphic novel that Netflix picks up. You can quit that fucking job. Well, we don't have a lot of money, but we're willing to offer you $9 million for your. You're like, you going to well, I wouldn't normally take something so low as $9 million. But okay, Netflix. All right. Always own your property, by the way. Never sell anything off. Whew. UPS dude is coming. So what are we doing? If I can't find that stupid, maybe it was this orange. It could have been. It's not this red. It's either this red or this orange. It's one of these two. I'm gonna have to test the theory. See, this is my old graffiti kid bullshit. I walked in, I saw these, I was like, I gotta buy 9 of those. And no, I don't run around tagging, although I could bomb the fuck out of my guitar right now, right? I was thinking about getting a sheet of paper out here and just dropping some real fast tag guitar art on a sheet. But I mean, this is a pretty good sheet of paper. But if I'm gonna do it, I've got bigger sheets, and then you could just sort of. But then to fill it up, so it's just not one thing on a paper, you have to hit the background and make sure it's a full thing. Art is important. I've been doing art my whole life. I never thought to make money at it. I wanted to be an architect, drawing and, but that's one of those things that you can't get near. At least I couldn't get near. But yeah, it's your life. You shouldn't spend too much of it doing what you're told, essentially. I guess I'm saying. And you're different persons I would say you're a different person about every 11 years. Bodily wise, every 7 years you're a different person. But I think mentally, you don't want what you wanted like 10 years ago, 10 years before that. How old were you? What did you want at 15 versus what you wanted at 25? Versus what you want at 35, versus what you want at 45, versus what you want at 55 and 65, versus what you want at 75. All very kind of different stages of you. So it's really important that you don't just become a wage slave pod person waiting for retirement. Uh, just like it's really important that you don't become, even if you don't have retirement, some forlorn, I guess. What's the word I'm looking for? Just emotionally, just sort of like disconnected person. We gave a speech this morning about people not having friends. You have to have friends. You have to go out and make friends. Take the initiative. There are people going to Mars, right? This is less brave than that. There are people trying to get to the moon. This is less brave than that. There are people in Afghanistan guarding the flag there. This is less brave than that. Yeah, go try and make friends. And nobody's saying be a sucker for anybody who comes along. Oh, yeah, I'll be your friend. Yeah, you can still be discerning. Find people like you. How? Go to places that you like, because there'll be people who like that thing. And then you can start from there. Second stage is see if you can hang out outside of that environment. A bar, a club, you know. Third step is not houses, but like, where do friends go when they hang? Oh, the auto show's coming up. Yeah, I wanted to see that because or hey, someone so-and-so's having a show. Oh yeah, I want to see that. You'll track the same interests, and you'll be able to talk about politics and social stuff and travel, right? And you'll have met somebody because you started out in this place where you were open. And yeah, you got to be open. You just can't go make friends and scowling and you got to be a bit vulnerable. That's kind of you don't want to be a bleeding open nerve, but you got to be a bit vulnerable. And everybody's so closed off and happy to judge other people, hoping that no one judges them. You know what I'm saying? I don't judge you, but I'm looking out for you. It's Thursday, baby Bubba. You know what that means? That means tomorrow is Friday. Fridididdle die day. You know what that means? That means payday, right? That means all these songs are about the club. There are no clubs. There has not been a club open in a year. Stop. So apparently we opened this thing early. That's fine. That's awesome. Don't let's not despair. It's 3:30. This is a 4 o'clock show at 3:30. Let's call it that. Let's change the title. Day 27, Thursday morning. That should be afternoon, but we're going to change that. mOafterOon. What in the ever-loving? All right, so we're going to change this, but we're not going to change too much of it. Oh, my goodness. Thursday moaning, I get. That's a pretty good joke, but the moaning after doesn't make any sense. Moaning afternoon. We'll fix it. We like a good pun. We love a good sexual pun. If you got any, let us know. But we don't want to. How many more characters do I have? Ooh, I got a lot more characters. All right, so here we go. 4 p.m. show at 3. I am so witty and clever. It is ridiculous. Da-da-da-da-da. 4 p.m. at 3 p.m. There you go. All right. So let's get back to it. Yeah. So that's what I learned. We were sort of goofing around. I was sort of goofing around online, looking up stuff, trying to let's close this. trying to just sort of decompress from the day, not let stuff get to you. And I love to come and do that. But now I sort of want to do guitar art. I want to paint a picture of a guitar. I don't want to paint a guitar. Multi-instrument, guitar, saxophone. Two AAA batteries. Combo tuner and metronome. Combo Ecuador metronome. Combination aus Stigmarat und Metronom. Combo afinador de metro. A combo afinador metronomo. And then there's Japanese. Yeah, good stuff, man. I told you all about buying the, let's put that right there for safekeeping. I told you all about buying the, I can actually show it to you. Well, since we're here, I might as well run it. And you can see that it lasts for about 30 seconds. These are awesome. But like I said, I dropped mine. It went this way. I turned the corner. I turned the corner because it's got 3 pegs, right? And I hit it and it fell over this way and it hasn't worked since. So it's supposed to tick for about 20 seconds, not 20 seconds, 20 minutes. Really? I just placed that there. All right. We're going to see how long this lasts. I assume you were changing your title. Did you click save because it's still the same? Oh, did I not click save? It says day 27, Thursday afternoon, 4 p.m. at 3 p.m. Did it not change? Did it not save that? I probably didn't save it. Edit. Edit. Come on. There you go. All right. So let's see what we got here. Thursday afternoon. It said mOafterOon, 4 p.m. to 3 p.m. Yep. Now let's get over here. So yeah, so we're gonna try this. First of all, I love the look of this, and it's super loud, right? So you can, it's also for drummers. So this thing just, I don't know how it broke. All right, so oh my gosh, this is gonna be loud as fuck. So we're gonna start this. Don't worry about it, because that, you know what? Let's see if we can muffle this a little bit. We'll put it here. Yeah, that'll work. It's loud as fuck. It's pretty good. It's supposed to last 20 minutes. It's going to last about 3. If that. If I was like, yeah, it's going to last about 3 minutes. Oh my God. Nah, you good. I noticed that there was a mistake in it. I'm trying to be witty and clever with every show. It stopped at a minute. Yeah. So yeah, this thing after a minute, just because it tipped sideways. And so I was like, all right, where's my Dremel kit? I'm about to rip this shit open and Adam Savage it. Essentially try and figure out what is the problem. Twist it forever. takes for about 2 minutes. But the bell thing still hits. This is every other. This is every third. Oh, I missed it. This is every fourth. I guess not. What is that? Oh, that's every eighth. No, that's every fourth. Yeah, now it's just a decorative piece of shit. Actually, you know what? I don't even have to stop it. It's gonna stop in like a minute. I know, it's like when I was a kid, I used to take stuff apart and yeah. There was like I wasn't allowed to take anything apart, but I would find stuff and take it apart. Could never put it back together. "30 seconds. If it goes 2 minutes, I'm gonna be amazed, but it's gonna stop at like a minute. Why did I even buy it? It didn't even fall off of a elevated platform. It tipped over. That's the kicker. I'm like, Jesus, does nothing work anymore in America? It tipped over. 55. I'm looking at you. Wait, all right. So what are we doing since we're early by like an hour? I think hear it, quiet. It's getting quiet. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So angry. I don't even know what that was. That's not even sounding. It's so ridiculous. It just fell over. It just tipped over on the table. It's supposed to tick for 20 seconds. It with a loud click, so you can actually so you can use it as a drummer or a pianist because they make a lot more noise than guitarists do. People shooting up the joint. But now it's just one of those ornamental pieces because the shit don't work. So let's find a beautiful place for it, like right next to my magnifying glasses that I don't use. How about that? I love magnifying glasses as a kid. You found out that they burn stuff and you run around and burning ants. Not to be mean to ants, but just because you were a curious kid, and then later on you realize, oh, that wasn't good. Oh, that's not good either. Reset, put this over here. Let's just let that tick for. Yeah. It's supposed to tick for 20 minutes because that's enough to get like a song or two, about 20 minutes of practice. Yeah, it's also good for meditation. I mean, not that one. That one is super loud. But if you had one, and I liked it, I like the aesthetics of it. Like they were the original metronome before everything became digital, and they look beautiful. But yeah, they wouldn't normally be that loud. You can find softer ones. So when you meditate, breathe in, breathe out, timing, all this, click, top. You can do it to if you have no one has grandfather clocks anymore, right? You could actually do it to a grandfather clock because that makes it a loud. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, dude, really? Nice. But yeah, these are all the things that the young kids don't even know what they are, which I get. I mean, I only knew what they were because other people older than me told me that they were important in what they were, and they were in movies. Now they're not in the movies anymore. Yeah, they're beautiful now. And you know what? You know what's replaced them? those cats that the tail swishes, but the eyes go like this. That's the modern day cuckoo clock, grandfather clock. That black cat. So, like I said, kids, this is not marijuana. I just want to say, but don't smoke marijuana. If you find any marijuana, send it to me so I can test it and make sure. And by the way, you've done a great service. And, send me $20 while you're doing it. And seriously, do not send me marijuana. Like that joke will get. I remember as a kid, more memories sparks. There was a children's TV guy called. He was in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and he told kids, Soupy Sales. I want to say Soupy Sales. He told kids to send your wallet to this address. Like he was a comedian, but like he got a TV kids show gig at like 2 in the afternoon. And the joke was, ha ha ha, funny, funny. The next day they started getting all this mail of dad's wallets with money in it. They were like, holy shit. And the FBI, not the FBI, the FCC ended him, essentially. Because kids, I love kids, but kids will do what you tell them to. And they can write an address on an envelope. Let's see if we can. Soupy Sales, right? Soupy Sales children's wallet. Okay. Yeah, in January 1965, on his morning children's show, Soupy Sales suggested to his young viewers that they find the wallets of their sleeping fathers and take out some of those funny green pieces of paper with all the nice pictures of George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, and send them along to their, yeah. Yep, it's amazing the shit that I remember that just comes out of nowhere. Soupy Sales. Oh, good Lord, how old am I? I'm fairly old. Let's face it. Yeah, I think you're a very young lady. I think I'm a very old dude. I'm telling you, he was a children's. He was like at one point there was a whole bunch of like Captain Kangaroo type guys. Captain Kangaroo was a little more fun version of like Mr. Rogers, who as a kid I will watch, but here you go. Stop. That 3:45 is telling me I have 15 minutes before my 4 o'clock show starts. But there was that Mr. Rogers, who I never got because he was just straight and just boring. But there was Captain Kangaroo. There was Zoom. There was Soupy Sales. Before them, 20 years before them, there was Bozo the Clown, which they based McDonald's clown on, right? So all this stuff, once stuff becomes popular in American media, it'll linger for about 60 years before it's finally dislodged, right? I grew up watching cowboy movies in reruns, but they had stopped being popular. They had started making cop dramas and gangster movies. In cop shows, Clint Eastwood went from westerns to Dirty Harry, right, in the 70s, because nobody wanted to see westerns anymore. And that cop aesthetic is still with us, right? The western was like the first original thing of film, but yeah, people stopped. And I think now people are sort of beginning to get tired of like the cop shows. So, and what they have now for you is superhero movies. So let's see. I don't think superhero movies will be around for 60 years, but let's see. They are fantasy movies, right? So maybe this will open up all the fantasy movies. We've had Lord of the Rings for a while, right? We had a lot of Harry Potter. So it's not. They don't only make cop movies anymore, and I think there'll be a sort of a fight, and one day it'll be all science fiction movies for the next 70 years. But that's the way that the churn is, what they call the churn is, right? The churn means things change whether you want it to or not. And some people, like I was telling the story about blacksmiths, right? So blacksmiths took 2 hits, which is why you don't see any blacksmiths around anymore. The first was the abolition of slavery. Even if you didn't own any slaves, you're like, what? So I'm not making any change for all these people? My business is down 90%. This is outrageous. I hate black people, right? So, but then you still had like the horse and buggy circuit and all this. And then cars killed that about, I want to say, 40, 50 years later, right? So when did the car come into play? Around 19. Every time I think of the 1900s, I always think 1912, and I know that's wrong. I've got a weird bin for 1912. When did the car? How about when did the car debut? How about that? January 29th, 1886. All right. So I was right. About 30 years after the Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves in 1863, right? What is this? 1886. So that's 23 years later. People started like fucking with cars, and by the time the car became ubiquitous with like Ford's Model T debut. 1908. So what is that? 20 years after that? So that's about 40 years. So they put them out of business in like 50 years. So from 1908 to about 1918, those 10 years, Rockefeller made a fucking mint on rubber and importing gasoline for cars and putting gas stations every place. And then I want to say it got super ridiculous when General MacArthur, right? So not MacArthur. Who's the general who became Eisenhower? Eisenhower, made the roads better every place. But before that, they were only on like major highways, and you couldn't drive from. There's a famous documentary about this. You could not drive from. Oh, I can show you this shit. All right, there's this great documentary called documentary about driving across America. The Great American Road Trip. That's not it. The ultimate, my USA road trip, Apex, the secret race. Oh, good Lord. Horatio's Drive. Phil, Ken Burns. Does Ken Burns make all the documentaries in America now? Sweet Jesus. All right. Yes, that is my local station. So what we're going to do is we're going to kick this over. I just learned how to do this. And we're going to show it to you. Bam. Yes. So this idea of this guy driving across America in like a 1903 car, right? Automobiles have been around for 20 years, mind you. Spring of 1903, rather, on a whim, and $50. How much was $50 in 1908? This is how I do this shit. $50, 1908. How much is $50 in 1908 in today's money? Somebody knows. How much is $50 in 1908 today's money? Value of a $1908 today. Okay, fine. Then we can just what? It's $100. $100 in 1908. $100 in 1908 is worth $2,950 today. So half of $50 would be 15, not 15. It'd be $1,490 something. $1,400. All right, so here we go. Yeah, he drove 106 minutes and 46 seconds. So that would be an hour and 26 minutes. Is that right? No, it would be an hour and a half. And so it's an hour and 40 minutes and 46 seconds. All right. Spring Nigeria win, but $50 traveling with his co-driver, Sewell K. Crocker. Yeah, because you needed 2 guys to drive a car back then. Because it got stuck. Yeah. So yeah, he took a dog with him. God bless him. That's why I started watching it, because I love dogs. I was like, wait, what? In spring of 1908, on a whim and $50 bet, Dr. Horatio Nelson, he was the doctor, Nelson Jackson set off from San Francisco in a 20 horsepower Winton touring car, hoping to become the first person to cross the United States in a newfangled horseless carriage. Most people doubted that the automobile had much of a future. Traveling with his co-driver, Sewell K. Crocker, and a bulldog named Bud, Jackson's trip would prove them wrong, using a treasure trove of photographs, guys. It's such a good documentary. Photographs and relying on previously unpublished letters that the family had, right, to paint this picture. Ken Burns and Florentine Films, his film company, put views in the front seat of this historic and hilarious trip. It really is fucking good. Premiere PBS, October 6, 2008. I knew it wasn't 08. Yeah, I knew I'd seen it a lot longer ago than like 5 years ago. Yeah, I mean, there were no roads. There's no picture? All right, so yeah, here it is. So the idea of this is amazing to me. It's not letting me. All right, so here you go. Look at this. Look at this trip. 20 miles an hour. New York up to, like, I guess the Toronto through Detroit. That's not Toronto, but that's. What is this? This is New York. This is the end of this. This is. All right, it's not gonna let me. Oh, okay. Toronto. This is Buffalo. All right, right at the Canadian border. And then he went to Chicago, Illinois. Oh, wow. This is a really good website. All right. Well, I'm not going to ruin it for you. But the idea is beautiful. Let's end this. So, yeah, I highly recommend it. Horatio's Drive, I think it's called. And it is. Yeah. This is. Oh, I put this on snooze. Clear. That's me going, you got 5 minutes to stream. But we're here for an hour. And we have been streaming for about 57 minutes because I missed you guys. I do wish I had ordered a sandwich or something similar. Yeah. Oh, did I miss? I gotta check the chat. Young is always relative. I'm trying to be more stoic. I used to be a romantic. Now I'm just kind of like, fuck romance. I'm a stoic now. And here's the thing about young. There's always younger people, right? Here's the thing about being older. You will one day be the oldest people. And that's the truth. I think we've so fucked up our system that we don't appreciate these groups. We only appreciate people in their sexual prime, which is creepy to me. I appreciate my aunts and uncles and their friends. I love my nieces and nephews and their little friends. I don't see why that isn't displayed in the society. Wait, what? I'm saying, well, then you'll be challenging the oldest person, and you'll either win or you won't, right? Like your youngest days are always behind you. You are never the oldest you will ever be, but you are always past youngest you have ever been. Wow, that actually makes sense. I'm glad I said that on stream. What? So 59 minutes. Yeah. So, I mean, the youngest you have ever been was yesterday. And after that, you will age into these. And if you're lucky, like my dad once told me, it's one of those quotes my dad said that I quote all the time. I've got a few from my mom, but I've got like I've got like, when I say a few, I mean a lot from my mom, but I only have a handful from my dad. And he always told me this on his 50th birthday. I was like, happy birthday, Dad. You got anything to say? He was like, only the lucky get older. And I was like, only the lucky get older. And I was like, I guess that's true, right? So I said, like last week, I lost a friend who was like 52, and we grew up together. And I was like, wow, I'm old. I've aged up enough that I've got a great chin, and I've watched that happen over the past 5 years. taking selfies, and I'm beginning to lose childhood friends. So I guess I'm in the middle of the cut. But it's weird. When I was young, like 15, I lost a friend in an accident. And I was like, whoa, wow. And then I didn't lose anybody, like and no one from my family, knock on wood, thank God, right? But you always know that death is stalking you, and people drive fast and smoke green, drug overdose. And you hear this, but they're never close to me. And this is sort of like the first natural series of people who had like illnesses and that you grow up with, that the illnesses finally caught them. It's just weird. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, right? I guess I'm lucky to be here. As I get older, I've become super appreciative of things. Like I love my nieces and nephews. Like they're just full of light. You hear these corny things said as when you're younger, but you get it as you get older, right? And then my dad, that only the lucky get to get older. I'm like, yeah, I guess I'm lucky, right? It is what it is. But so I try and smile a little more like this. I tell everybody in this chat, make friends and like try and enjoy yourself, and don't make your life all about work. Try and build some. Because look, if your job goes away, your life goes away, right? Which is bullshit. If you have family or a loved one or a serious significant other, they can be like, look, maybe you should try that thing you always wanted to do, and they can sort of like encourage you sometimes. And that's not, look, your friends won't encourage you every day. Well, I will, and my friends do. But like sometimes your spouse has to talk to you about this over months. And then all of a sudden you're like, you're right. He or she will know when to mention it and when to stay away from it. And but when you have no one to do that for you, you just fall in, and then you go, I'm depressed. And some guy goes, pills, prescription, knock yourself out. And before you know it, you're a pod person like the rest of them. You don't want to be a pod person, right? Look, I think they've killed off marriage in this society. But romances and love exist in the human animal. You're not going to get rid of that. So now you've got this weird kind of like wall where you go, ugh. You know what I mean? But I really like him, but men are full of shit, or women are full of shit, and I really like her. There's this natural kind of like thing that they put there. And people watch everybody getting divorced after 7 years. Look, my parents have been married for about 65, 68 years, right? Those are the people I'm related to, my aunts and my uncles. And I think this divorce thing became popular in the 50s. So I think this may run another 20, 30 years, maybe, not even, maybe 15. But I think people miss people, and you're seeing more of it now. Amazing. Am I crazy? Am I talking shit, Takara? But I don't know. I guess I said I'm sort of a romantic. I want good things because, like I said this on the stream. In my family, for every boy born, there are 3 girls, right? So we're girl heavy, but the men in the family, don't humor women. We just don't. Just because we're surrounded by women, and we talk real to women, right? Versus, oh my darling, your hair is so beautiful. I love you. It's like, girl, what are you doing? You gotta get the fuck away from me, right? Versus, oh my God, how dare you talk to me that way? Yeah, nah, you don't. You need to come and meet the women in my family because they will curse you out too. You gotta, as a guy, you gotta always keep in my family, you gotta always be like, hey, watch it, lady, watch it. Because they are throwing haymakers. And we don't we're not, other families of a lot of women have different timbre of men, right? And I've known women who grew up in families of men. For every girl born there, they are totally different too. They're totally like, I will knock you clean the fuck out. I grew up in a house full of guys. You're like, hey, whoa, I like you, but yeah, no, we good, we cool, right? So I'm like, I did those big, giant kind of like open to women's side of me, just because I love my mom and my sisters, my nieces, right? But I hang out with like my brothers and my uncles, and we know when to give up because we're outnumbered. So it's that good kind of energy. But I think people, all this one person, one child stuff had taught people that you're the most important thing and everybody else is wrong. And when they cruise into people where they have giant families, I got a giant family, and like I can talk and I can argue because everybody in my family is opinionated and big voice. And when I came to HAPS, I was in a few of these groups, and people were like, "Oh my God, you just cut me off," and I just feel. I was like, I didn't mean to, but my philosophy is, you got to fight to get your say in. It's not, it's not a debate where I get to be quiet, and it's a conversation. So if you can't hang in the conversation in my realm, why are you in the conversation? So then I had to learn when I moved away from home that other people don't get around like that. Don't conversate like that. Some people are like, well, I feel very blah, 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 blah. How do you feel, honey? Well, and then everybody has their say. But by then I'm thinking of like 1,000 things, and I'm like, let me get in here. Let me, and that's, so, and that's another thing about friends. You find the friends you like. The people who don't like me talking like that aren't my friends, obviously. And some, uh, it's who you like and how you get down, and who may not understand how you get down, but isn't bothered by it, right? So these freaking birds, man, I'm telling you. So it's that. And this conversation is good to talk to people, however you find your friends, and just be less judgmental, right? I told someone on HAPS, True is not my name. My name is Sean Armour, but True is like sort of like a nickname. Like I have a lot of nicknames. I was explaining him nicknames in the Black community, and I was like, everybody's got one. Like everybody's got one. It's just what we do in our community. So because this whole thing happened after like I had a conversation. Because what I don't like is people would mute me, and I was like, oh, why do you have me here if you're gonna mute me? So then we had like a conversation more in line with how this person likes to conversate. And I told him the story about like essentially, and it's cultural. It really is cultural. Uh, and that's it. I also had like one guy who just was talking shit and did not know what the hell he was talking about. And he had to ban me because he could not hang in a conversation and he didn't know any of the issues. And he was just talking and insulting people. And I was just kind of like, you are not serious. And then that was that. HAWN. Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, what's the old line? Get in where you fit in. Yeah, that's it. Right. We're social creatures. Get in where you fit in. Uh, I was about to say shake what your mama gave you. No, it's dance with the one who brung you. But that's a bullshit kind of quote. That implies allegiance to something. If you feel that allegiance shouldn't be, you know what I mean? You should be loyal to the people who brought you to the party, but you shouldn't be beholden to them. Don't be beholden to anybody but parents and family and the closest of friends, right? And they shouldn't ask you to be beholden to them. You should feel obligated to them because you've gone through so much and you love them. And this is my thing. People don't have a large family, brothers and sisters, and everybody's the most special, delicate flower. And it's just kind of like, yeah, you're a lot of work. I'm out of here, right? I'm getting too old to do this kind of work. Um, and then they wonder, I think, in their quiet moments, why they don't have friends or why, or if they're miserable, if they give too much. You can't give too much either. It's got to be an even exchange. It's not a one-way street, right? Um, think about the last time you were really, not the last time, I don't know the last time, but remember those days when you were a kid and like you didn't know what fashion was and your mom dressed you and you took it to the park. You must have been like 5 or 6. And you just ran around and played on the swing. That kind of joyful energy you can get back if you pick the right people, right? Uh, that's what it is. Yeah, I would prefer you stick with True. Uh, but I mean, it's not a secret, you know. It's just like it's a nickname I've chosen to use as my stream life. I'll be right back. All right, here we go. Just, you know, here's the thing. What you should want to be is interesting. I am quirky and interesting. I have a curious mind and I like shit. I'm sure you're interesting. You have a kooky mind. Most people do. And I'm sure you're interesting. But what happens is when you try and be interesting in a lot of communities, you're attacked, and most people bury their interesting or it comes out in fucked up ways, right? And some people who are not interesting only have violence. So, you know, they're not interesting. They're derivative and fucking bullshit. Just like there are people who like to tell jokes and are happy spirited, they're just the same amount of people. Like I had this conversation. There's a song on the charts now that makes me crazy. It's this woman singing about if I was a man, it would be bigger than yours, right? What's the name of if all of the kings had their queens on the throne, right? First of all, there's something wrong with that. Sorry. Okay, sorry, because someone came. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can, you know, you have special permission to call me Sean. You can call me Sean or True. Either way, you're fine. So there's this song on the radio. If all of the queens had their kings, if all of the kings had their queens on the throne, right? It starts like that, and I was like, first of all, that's stupid. That implies all these guys do all this stuff and then just, you know, acquiesce to ladydom. That just says bad things about those men. But then there's another line in it that implies if I was a man, my dick would be bigger than yours. I gotta find the line. And I was like, what? I was like, so this implies you would be a specimen of a man, but you're a lady. Are you a specimen of a lady? You know what I'm saying? It's some of these songs don't make any sense when you actually listen to the lyrics. What is it? Right? It's all of the kings had their queens on a throne, right? It's all of the. Yeah. Is this right? Kings and Queen by Ava Max. That's the song. So where are the lyrics? If all of the kings had their queens on the throne, we would pop champagne and raise a toast. Okay, I'm sure you would. To all of the queens who are fighting alone, baby, you're not dancing on your own. Wait, are you fighting or are you dancing? Right? But you're popping champagne because you're a queen. But they're what? Wait, what? This song doesn't make any sense. This is the thing about rhyming. Yeah, it rhymes, but you want your rhymes to go someplace and tell a story. This doesn't make any sense. Can't live without me. Yeah, it's so goofy. It's such a goofy, ridiculous song. It just doesn't make any sense. In chess, the king can move one space at a time, but the queen are free to go wherever they like. Yeah, okay. It really is. You get too close, you'll get a royalty high. So breathe in to feel the love. I mean, this is why I always say beats are more important than rhymes nowadays. But when I grew up, your rhymes had to make sense, and the best two rhymers when I grew up was Rakim and Cool J. Cool J's rhymes and his delivery was just fucking impeccable. Now he's a soap opera star on late night TV. The way shit works. No damsel in distress don't need to save me. Once I start breathing fire, you can't tame me. Me and me, tame me, save me and tame me. Save and tame don't rhyme. Oh my God, this is just horrible. You might think I'm weak without a sword, but if I had one, it'd be bigger than yours. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, this song is just, it really is. It's so all over the place. Look, ladies, you need an anthem? I get it. Just pick a good one. It's like Hillary Clinton. You want a lady of a first president? I totally get it. Just pick a good one. That just seems mean. Like if that, but here's the thing: there's a ton version of that same song that guys make. A ton of them, right? It just they're stupid. They're sexist. The videos are worse. You know, it's just just kind of all right. It's modern music, and that's one of the reasons why I'm sitting here like I don't like to hate on young people stuff. But here I'm going, get off my lawn with your rap music and your disco and So I'm back to liking singer-songwriting, like, not yeah. So this is what I got here. This oh my goodness, I should read the label instead of run out and getting this. This product has not been evaluated by the FDA. Uh-oh. It's not intended to treat, cure, or prevent any illness or disease. Uh-oh. Must be of legal smoking age to purchase. Uh-oh. All right. So this derp is Delta 88, right? So good Lord, I'm gonna cut it all over me now. This is it. It looks like marijuana, but it's not. That come on, get fixed. There you go. Wait, this camera it just really is amazing. So let's see if we can get like an actual thing to focus on. It's trying. We might need a sharp edge, right? Like this. There you go. Right, so a sharp edge should sort of zero in the camera. A moving image. Yeah, there you go. Semi anyway. There you go. So this is not marijuana, but it works in the same way. Um, it's not a carcinogen. That's normally when I'm smoking. Because every now and then we have a young guy come through and he asks me, and like I said on the stream on the first day, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to talk to you honestly. I'm going to try and be cool with you, but I'm not going to lie to you. But again, I don't lie to you. I've smoked marijuana recently, right? I don't have any anymore because I smoked it. But I'd rather smoke this because it doesn't give me a high and a buzz, and I can still write and paint and draw and be weird. But when I smoke weed, it just kind of goes. Then I wake up hungry. But this way, I can get that same sort of relaxedness, body feel. Maybe it's psychosomatic. Who knows? Psychosomatic. Uh, yeah, psychosomatic is the right word. Come on now. You always want to check your vocabulary when you're psychosomatic is shit that isn't happening that you think is happening. P-S P-S-Y-H-O somatic. P-S-Y-C-H-O. Yeah. Oof, I used to be a much better speller. A physical illness or other condition caused or aggravated by mental factors such as intestinal conflict. Oh no, so this is not psychosomatic. This is when you give a pill, it's like your brain makes your body what's the word I'm looking for? Go into illness. That's psychosomatic. You can bring that on. But when you think a pill is working and it's not, and oh my god, it just shot in and then shot right out of my head. When you think a pill is working, a placebo. That's what I'm talking about. Maybe it's a placebo that I think I feel better. Placebo. A harmless pill, medicine, or procedures prescribed for the psychological benefits for a patient for any other. Okay, yeah. On beaches have been kept alive on sympathy and placebo for 30 years. That is the example sentence you gave. On beaches has been kept alive on sympathy and placebos for 30 years. Lord. It measured designed merely to calm or please someone. Pacified by the placebo of previous years, they claimed the moral victory. I'm sorry. That sentence is messing with my head. A harmless pill, medicine, or procedure prescribed for the psychological benefits of the patient than for any other psychological effect. His aunt Beatrice had been kept alive on sympathy and placebos for 30 years. I'm sorry. Yeah, placebo. Oh my God, that sentence. Oh. But for 30 years, though, it starts goofy and it gets goofier. So yeah, like this is this is what you want, right? You want to be, let's say I'm your homie, right? I hope that I'm your homie via this modern fangled technology. Remember, also, 100 years ago, this would have been uh, Western Union, right? 60 years before that, this would have been the Pony Express. So, and then you got phones, and then now video call was a thing for, I want to say 10 years and nobody used it. Then all of a sudden the pandemic comes, everybody's on a video conference call like it's Star Wars. This whole thing is moving. The technology, if we had medicine and like world peace move at the speed of technology is moving, how we went from not being able to fly in 1908 to fucking going to the moon in like 2008, you know what I mean? 100 years. Uh, if we could have, but everything's a grift in America. I'm pretty sure we could have, but people are like, why do you want to cure cancer when you can get all their life savings? For all you know, they can cure cancer like they can fill a molar or something. And you would hope that that would be the case, but only thing we're good at is making weapons. And it's a long time, right? We should really have fixed some stuff. We should. I always look. I grew up space race. I was like, yeah, makes sense. Let's do that. I really thought we would have had like a I don't know, a homestead like on the moon, right? And not just us. Oh damn, the Russians are up there too. Oh, the Chinese. There'd be that. I mean, other than the politics of it, that would show that we're doing other shit other than warring perpetually, right? And now they're talking about, and we talked about yesterday about people wanting to go die on Mars. I went on about a 45-minute rant about that. Dying on Mars. The idea, send your ass. Whose idea was this? Ship you in a freaking beer can and shoot your ass off to Mars. It's outrageous. The moon is 2 days away. God forbid something happens. You can likely get there in 2 days, right? The Mars is 4 months away. And then I use the example of when they started leaving Northampton to go to the New World. It took, depending on the trade winds, it could take you 6 weeks or 4 months, right? And the outside of that was 6 months, like just really bad weather. But most people got there in like 2-3 months, right? It's the New World. Once you were there, you were on your own, granted. But now we can call you. I mean, it's not instant. It's like 6 hours or 12 hours or something. But the idea is not to leave people to fucking die there, And then if you did that, you take the place. Who wants to go there now? Let's go to Andromeda. 1,000 people died going there, and we knew they were going to. But now we think we got it. Who's next? What? No. And even if it was that, and it is that dangerous, you don't tell them that they're gonna die there. You don't tell them that. We need innovative explorers to bring us to the next level. And then when you get them in there, you go, this is freaking dangerous, man. You could and people go, yeah, okay, I'll take the risk. Versus, all right, we're gonna shoot you motherfuckers to Mars, and where you're gonna die, and we're gonna collect all this data on you. It's like, what? I will be here in my giant mansion by the seaside, wishing you well. Yeah, no, you won't. You're coming with. All right, girl. So we are gonna play a little guitar and sip a little more. Remember, this stuff is not carcinogen. All right. I could put that stuff in the toaster oven at like 300 250, 300, and leave it there, wrapped in aluminum foil for an hour, and it'll be ready. Or I could just take those French fries, throw those in the same pan, and put those on in the oven for 20 minutes, and that whole hot mess will be smoking awesome. Remember, you are important. You are valuable. Please do not let the malaise of every day sort of seep in like a bad, look, if this was a movie, you would be the miserable side character that they mentioned and everybody forgets about. You want to be the hero of your own fucking story. And that's it. Write that book, play that guitar. I'm gonna not plug. I'm not gonna turn. Ooh, you want to get that away from that. But I do want to do this exercise that I could not get this morning. Yeah, we don't need to plug this in. So I fifth fret. All right, here we go. Um, G string, fifth fret, top string, bottom string, top string, bottom string. Each finger 30 times. Let's do it. What I'm supposed to be doing here is loosening my fingers, right? For the, I should be counting. For the, I'm not going to cut that off. I'm going to have to count and not talk. Essentially 30 of these, right? And then 30 of these, same thing. Oop, wait a minute. 30 of these, same thing. And then 30 of these, same, same thing. And then 30 of that with the pinky. And then then you do, I'm sorry, 10, 10, 10. Then you do, each one of these, you do 10. And then you do 10, then you do 10, then you do 10, then you come back and you do 10, then you do another 10, then you do another 10, and then you do that. Then you do another 10. You're not supposed to do it for an hour. It's like push-ups, right? You can't do push-ups for an hour, but it's supposed to, there you go, loosen you up. Because look, if you take up an instrument, especially at this age, you're gonna have to strengthen your hands and loosen up. It's like yoga and bodybuilding at the same time. So we're gonna yoga these hands up. Are we gonna cut this thing on? I guess we'll cut this thing on. All right. And we're just strengthening our hands, man. That's it. That's all we're doing. Did I say man? I didn't mean man. I meant person. We live in a society now where you have to. My pronouns are leave me alone. That's my pronouns. But I get it. I grew up. Smoking is awesome. This is freshly iced. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Awesome. Is there anything better than cool, clear, crisp, clean water? Only if it comes from like a stream. But man, that's another thing. Drink water, a lot of it. Not saying stop drinking anything else, but drink a lot of water. I'm sipping whiskey and drinking water. I have to fill that shit up. I fill this up about honestly, let's do the math here. 40 ounces of water is here every show full, and I drink it when I'm not here. So I'm thinking I'm doing at least 30 ounces of water a day because it's never full. Then I hit it with new ice cubes and then new spring water. Here's the magic. When I was a young man on my 21st birthday, everybody found out it was my 21st birthday and brought me a drink. And later years, I think that they set out to wreck me, to teach me a lesson, right? They're like, oh my God, you're so adorable. Yeah, happy birthday. And they just, happy birthday. And they just fed me, what are you drinking? Have this, have that. Here's a shot. Let's get him a shot. And I was burnt down and I was sick for like a day and a half. And I think they did it on purpose. They weren't my friends, right? They weren't like my age. They were like older people. They were like 30 and older. And I happened to have found them, oddly enough. But since then, I've run into several people who it was their 21st birthdays. I bought them a round, and I told them the drama. right? I like this happened to me on my birthday. I'm glad you're doing it with your friends because some people are sinister. Why? Don't just drink because people buy you shit, uh, especially not shots. But yeah, you should never buy a drink on your birthday. I I never work on my birthday. I have never in my life, and I am 53. How old am I? I'm 53. I've never worked in my life on my birthday. There's some shit you should hold sacred, and money should not move you from. If I had kids, I would never work on their birthday. You know what I'm saying? Unless I had a bunch of kids, right? But that would be like 30 kids. Like you got, if you got 5 kids, you can take 5 days off that year. You know what I mean? Work hard to build up hours in your union to then be able to take the day off that year, or nudge, nudge, wink, wink, call in sick that day. People are just wage slaves. Nothing gets better, and people are just unhappy, and then they complain. And I was one of them, and now I'm a guitar playing gazad. Ah, he said, striking the wrong note. Ha, bong. Oops. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and do these exercises, right? And not touch any. Oh, we need to turn the gain on. Not touch any of the other. Yes. There you go. See, so all that, right? All that lets you know you're touching the wrong notes, touching the wrong strings, rather. So we just want to put these on G. We have to tighten up this strap. Put this on G and go. Right. Not we can turn this down. Not touch. You hear that? That's me touching. And it's super amplified that you're doing it wrong this way, which I really fucking like. Right. So this should help us get faster. This was told to us by someone who just stopped in the chat. I was super amazed by this, and he told us to hold the guitar not here, which is where I was holding it, but here, which is where I hold it now. And he also told me I was doing a lot only down picking, up and down picking. So we'll turn this down because, like I said, I don't want to torture you. But the idea is, you watch me slowly get better, and you go, "Where is my fucking violin?" Right? And before you know it, we're a mad mob of self-taught marauders running across the musical landscape, changing shit. You know what I'm saying? Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Right. So let's try the pinky. 6. I don't mind muting the strings that I don't want to hit. Wow. That is not easy. And it hurts. Let's turn that down a little more. Very interesting. All right, so G. This is a 3rd fret. Let's go down to the 5th fret, like we said. Remember, you're always better than the day you started. And every day after, you get better. And one day, if 65% was better, was good, right? 65%. And I'm at 3%, 3.5%, 4, right? 4.2%. Okay, fine. I'm at 5%, right? But every day I get better. Okay, 5.1. Even if it's 5.1 per week, like a 0.1% increase a week, every day you get better. Minuscule numbers count. Oh wow, he did it. Oh wow, he's at 21%, right? Wow, who saw that coming? When did that happen? I mean, like your successes build on your successes, right? They're not they're not just one thing, one thing, one thing. They're oh, um, we can do this, which changes that, which changes this, which makes it all a little more compact. And we're going to the moon on this thing, right? So yeah, eventually I will be good. And like I said, there's a box of mistakes, and if there are 50,000 of them, I probably used 8,000 already, and that box will eventually be empty, right? And the same thing applies to you. You're not an idiot. You're not a fucking moron. You can absolutely grab your discipline and pick up anything you want. Art, finance, right? You can learn everything about finance you ever want to know in like about the same time, right? Drill down on your discipline, and I'm for that versus you watching more TV, right? We're an army of exceptional people. So yeah, I'm gonna do this thing on the right fret, the right string, and you're gonna sit there and go, "That weird ass motherfucker is not that crazy. I could be the lawyer that I wanted to be, right? Or I have law in my future. I'm absolutely gonna get a law degree. That might be my next 1,000-day journey, but definitely get a law degree. Why? Did you just say why? I heard you say why. I heard it. What? I'll tell you why. Because all the secrets of all countries are written in law, and that's a secret password. Then people won't fuck with you. Cops won't fuck with you. Who fuck with you constantly? They don't. If they write some weird shit. I mean, Abraham Lincoln was a lawyer, and he taught himself. Why do you have to go to law school? You should be able to teach this shit yourself. Here in Virginia, you can still do that. So I had to find like a Jedi teacher to teach me. But yeah, I think I'm in. I think I'm in within the next, dang it, within the next I want to say 2 years, if my health keeps up, from my mouth to God's ears. But if it doesn't, my luck ran out. Only the lucky get to get older, as my dad said on his I want to say his 75th birthday. It wasn't his 50th because his 50th I would have been. Let's do the math. No, wait, hold on. It might have been like his 60th. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was like his 60th. I've been quoting that quote for about 20 years anyway. It was like his 60th birthday. Only the lucky get to get older. Yeah, he's absolutely right. We are all here by luck and avarice. Your mom liked your dad liked your mom. Your dad threw down the mat game, your mom bought it, or thought it was lame and decided to show pity on them, or however the drama is, right? But think about how many people you could have been a month earlier, a month later, right? It's weird. And there are no absolutes. So not all eggs are good. You got a good egg, or maybe you got a bad egg. Maybe you got a crazy egg. Maybe you're too tall. Maybe you're too short. Maybe you're just right. Maybe you're perfect, right? But a month later or a month after, you're a totally different person. And it's not you. I'm talking to somebody else because you're not a person. You didn't make it here, right? The world, the whole idea of us being here talking to each other is extraordinary to begin with. And then on top of that, we're talking to each other through magic tubes of video and sound. Woo! It's crazy. I don't even know how any of this happens. I don't know how any of this happens. But yet here we are. Why would you waste it? This thing we have. This it's not a brotherhood. It's not a sisterhood. It's a what is this? This is not just a man. This is not just a woman. It's not just your musician. It's a discipline of creativity and no. It's a discipline. We're trying to get our discipline up for something that we sort of let go, right? So what we want to do here, I'm doing with music, but I'm learning the guitar. But the whole point is to learn music. I want to know that staff and the whole. I want to know what they know. I want to be able to pick up any piece of music, no lyrics on it, and no title, and go. This is All the Single Ladies by Beyonce. What? Let's do. Oh, this is For Elise by Beethoven. Well, I want to. It's a language, right? And we all have favorite songs that makes us happy, right? Why would I not want to be a part of that? And every day, someone comes in here and teaches me something about guitar. You're playing that wrong. You're holding that wrong. Loosen your strap. Someone told me to loosen my strap when I was standing up, but someone else told me this should be. It should always just be balancing, right? And I was playing like this. He said you should. It's 45-degree angle from your body, right? And because I was holding it, he was like, you shouldn't have to hold it. You should just be able to run your fingers right across the fret, right? That's amazing to me. Like I said, it would have taken me a year to figure that out. And he told me I want to be part of that group, right? I want to be able to. And then once you get this, it's yours forever. Like what I was doing was talking politics. I know all about politics. I can quote your shit forever. It got me nowhere. And I've been doing it for 20, 30 years easily. I've easily been doing it 4 years on the internet, right? I'm doing this now. Because in 10 years, half the time I was doing it there, I will at least know an instrument. You can't ever take that from me. I can be able to play songs and put my animus toward those guys there into this and write a song about how those people saw it, or how she broke my heart, or how I'm still, you know what I mean? And we all have more favorite songs than we have favorite movies, right? And here's the thing. When I wonder what, as I sit here talking to you, I wonder what my songs would sound like. I wonder what my voice in music would sound like. And I also wonder what your voice in music would sound like, right? Corporate runs music like they run everything else. But what happened, like they're losing TV because everybody's on the internet. What happens if they lose music? How much better music would music be if they lost it and you picked up, that thing you started with that helped you learn the styles back in 7th grade, and then you went back now, you have a guitar in the closet, or maybe like I always wanted to learn the piano, the you know, the drums. And now they have those padded drums where you don't even wake your neighbors. I, I almost bought this in the last 3 weeks. I've almost bought a keyboard, 88 keys keyboard for $300. I'm not gonna buy it. I barely know this. I almost bought a padded drum kit. 1, 2, 3, 4, like 7 drum kit with like 2 cymbals with a lot of holes in it. So the cymbals make cymbals, but they don't ring out. They're sort of muted because there's so many holes in them. I was like, oh, right? Because I was having trouble with the metronome. I almost bought that, and I almost bought a Well, the guitar. That guitar is new. I almost bought. Oh my god, what did I? I'm glad I didn't buy it because I almost forgot what it was. It was 3 things. One was a mandolin. I almost bought a mandolin. I almost bought a padded drums kit, and I almost bought man. But here's the thing about me, as I shared, I have all this musical shit here because I think I've always been like a closet, like musician. Like you hear like guys. I had a girlfriend, not a lady friend, who was a friend of mine. A lady friend sounds worse. I had a friend of mine who was a lady, and she had this guy she lived with, and she was like, I really love him, and he moved over here for me. Da, da, da. And then she told me this story about how he was sometimes after sex he was like crazy and distant, whatever, weird. So this was like 15, 20 years ago, and she stayed over at his place, and she went through his computer because he left it on, and all his porn searches were like rock hard cock and guys banging guys and all this weird stuff. And she was like, and she told me this, and I was like, he's gay. He's gay. Like, I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, I'm like, first of all, I gave her a lecture. Don't be snooping around. You don't want to find stuff that you don't want to know. But then I also, yeah, that's like gay. So I'm like, this whole thing with me and after with this should be ending there. Okay, there you go. Afternoon save. Thank you. All right. So sorry, I had to fix something. And this is me with music. I think I've always been like secretly wanted to be a musician, but didn't know how to get there. And I slowly bought books and instruments, and now I'm learning it online. Why can't you? I'm willing, but like I said, you have to be able to, I guess, be vulnerable because people are gonna be like, "You fucking suck." Here's the magic of the internet. Block. Thank you. Move on. More people are nice than they aren't, right? And who's to say that? God damn it, who's to say you won't be great? Most people pick this music up if their parents give it to them, right? Like they become child prodigies in like 6, 7 year PM. But people who pick it up by themselves generally pick it up in their mid to late teen years, right? So that doesn't mean that. Look, the learning curve. Ooh, I dropped it. The learning curve here is a year and a half. If you are of, let's call it middling intelligence, which is slightly below dead middle, right? This is dead. This is it. This is dead middle. You're slightly below dead middle. You can still learn music in like 2 years. If you're dead average, and I think I'm about dead average, maybe a little less, maybe I'm middling, you can learn it in a year and a half, right? And that's it. What are you going to be doing in a year and a half anyway? What are you going to be doing? Right? Buying other people's music? What if you just wrote the best love song and everybody got married to it? You know what I mean? I mean, this is it. You may think this is bullshit. He's talking. Here's the thing: you don't get to that place without wishful and hopeful thinking. It feeds the fire of what we're trying to do here, right? So we have a little nugget of music. We're gonna plant it in our soul and water it with discipline and hard work, right? And mind you, it's a hobby, so it's not like work. Like you don't. I hate to be there. If you don't want to, then you won't be here, right? But yeah, it's hard work, but it gets easier as you go on. There is a freaking bug in here. Um, yeah, man, it is what it is. What it is. What it is, isn't it? There's a deed needing to be done, and we are the doers of the deed, and we're going to do the deed. The deed is going to get done. The deed will not do itself. We will do the deed. We are the deed doers, and here we are trying to tell. Like I said, it's really about discipline and loyalty and like brother, not brotherhood, but what's the word I'm looking for? Not brotherhood. I need a word, not brotherhood, because that people think that leaves women out. So, Takar, what is there a word that says brotherhood that does it? Because when I think of brotherhood, I think of humanity, but I'm older than people, so I think there's got to be another way. Humanity is sort of, I don't know. Yeah, absolutely. Family's good. Absolutely. Have a good evening, and let me do this. Yeah, I'm subscribed. I want to make sure I was subscribed. So okay, see you soon. Take care of yourself. So we are gonna do just one more practice. We're not gonna keep this up because, like I said, this practice you shouldn't be doing all all day. And we got the gain up because the gain lets you know when you screwed it. So fifth fret, G string. We're just gonna do two fingers. We're gonna do the we're gonna do the that's not even off. What we're not even going to do the game because we're so bad at it. What we're going to do is cut this off. But what, like I said earlier, what we're supposed to be doing is going from the G string to the first string, back to the G string, down to the first string, back. No, I always get them mixed up. G string up to the top string, which is just sixth string E, back to the G, down to the first string, which is first string E, because we're trying to strengthen our hands and get these fingers to work independently of each other, right? So we don't need to have have you hear that hot messitude of awesome horribleness. But yeah, and like I said, every day you get better than you were yesterday. So yeah, I know it's not. I'm not straight knocking this thing out, but we're gonna get there. Mind you, we start learning song in the middle of August. We're supposed to be good at metronome, but someone told me I should give the metronome a rest and just practice on proper placement. Wow, you can feel that. And he said it's like push-ups, so you don't do it all the time. You just do like 3 sets of like 10 for each finger, and you'll be better because you're strengthening your fingers as you do these sort of like finger push-ups. I can't hate on it. It actually it's not easy. Am I spitting all over the place? Excuse me. It's not easy, and it's amazing how you where you feel all this stuff. You ever have a really good workout and you hurt in all the right places? You go home, take a shower, you get some good food in you, and then you sleep like a stone. You know what I mean? I used to skate rollerblade for like 6 hours a day, and we used to go. I used to live in Prospect Park, so we used to go down 7th Avenue, down Flatbush, over to the Brooklyn Bridge, over the bridge, uh, then up Canal Street to over to Broadway, and skate up Broadway into Central Park. That's uphill, right? So we skate there, and this is just about when they put the volleyball pits in, and there was like there was always music, and people in the high rise would complain about the music. The first thing they show up with their money, and they fucking complain about everything as they buy politicians. It really is miserable. And then the cops would come and fuck with us, but there was like my group of people. There was maybe 10, 11 of us. And then we go there, and all these other people would be there on rollerblades. Then there was like 1,000 people on rollerblades skating around the park. The little loop, I think, was like 3 miles, and the big loop was like 6 or something crazy like that. And then we hang out there. We meet up around about 10:30, 11. We skate up there. We get there about noon. We hang out all day, shirtless, girls in there like bra tops and like Daisy Dukes, right? I always wore wrist guards and like knee pads. I never wore a helmet. I had a helmet, but I rarely ever wore it. Take your shirt off. You were fucking bronze from the sun and six packed out. Then we skate there all day till about 5, just before the sunset, right? Maybe 4 or 5. On a Sunday, Broadway is empty and it's all downhill. And we would have to brake because we would pick up so much fucking speed. And mind you, you'd have to look for like potholes, and you had to watch for taxis and buses. But you could get home straight shot if you timed all the lights, and there was like a lot of us. It was like 15 of us. We skate down, hit the bridge, go over the bridge, and the bridge had like the um slats, like wooden slats. Come out downtown Brooklyn and skate to this restaurant in Cobble Hill called the Lemongrass Grill. And we'd eat there covered in sweat. And we wouldn't stink. Here's the thing about sweat. Sweat doesn't stink until it's on you for like 2 hours, right? Until then, you're just wet. And whatever must that is a scent of yours that may or may not attract some people. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's not stinky, dank sweat like your gym locker sweat. It's a tough, and then like sweat ages and it begins to stink. But yeah, we would go there, like take our rollerblades off, walking in the rollerblade socks, have like tie at the lemongrass, and then we skate back up down up to 5th Avenue, then up to 7th Avenue, up down Flatbush, up to 7th Avenue, uh, and to my friend's house who lived right off Prospect Park. And then we watch the X-Files because it was Sunday, and we were like just those were heady fucking Brooklyn days, baby. None of those people live there anymore. Well, no, that's not true. One homie still lives there. Wow, I figure I'd be the last person to leave Brooklyn. Apparently, I'm not. Um, yeah, but one person died. One person moved far, far away. It is what it is. Life. I mean, enjoy your life, man. Don't be so judgmental of others and hateful because somebody wants you to be, you know, politically loyal to something. I'm beginning to believe that no one should have a party. Like the founders didn't think so. Maybe you like some Democratic shit. Maybe you like some Republican shit, right? Oh my goodness, we have been streaming for 2 hours and we're only an hour in. So remember, what do we want here? We want precision, right? We want to ring out all the notes purely and clearly. We want down the road to learn music, like read music. But right for today, we can excuse me, we can't keep doing that. I'm hungry as well. Oh, Monday, the show will be at 6. I should just put it make it 5:30. Not 5. Should we try 5? No. Yeah, everybody's lying on the internet. That's the problem. Everybody's lying on the internet. Well, not everybody. Some of us are everyday average on the internet, but we're not lying. Remember, we're gonna learn this thing. So this is what's going on. We're gonna move this show till 6 p.m. Monday, right? Then it'll be 7 a.m. for an hour and a half of guitar practice with titles with quippy names, right? It'll say day, like today's the 27th day. It'll say AM or PM, and then it'll have a play on a song, and then the afternoon hour will have a bastardization of that play on the word song. Um, and then that's going to run out because there's only so many uh, songs named after days of the week. I've got Friday on my mind. That just came to me. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow morning. Oh, that would have been better for today. Look, Friday on my mind implies it's not Friday. Oh, I hate being this person sometimes. Um, hey, yes, I am serious about learning guitar. I'm going to be here for 1,000 days. Please don't insult me. I'm fragile, man. I keep telling everybody what you told me, and I've been doing it. Excuse me. Excuse me. But yeah, I also learned I was doing a how to strengthen your fingers exercise that I saw, uh, and it's really hard. I'm supposed to do 10 of these. Uh, top note G string, bottom. I'm sorry, top string G string, bottom string G string, top string, and then move to the index, not index, the ring finger, top string, G string, bottom string, G string, top string, and then move to the middle finger, top string, G string, bottom string. And I'm supposed to do this. Oh wow, for 10 times with each finger. But that has been, and I'm only supposed to do it once. It's supposed to be like push up. Not supposed to do spend an hour doing that because they say you can get carpal. The lady said you can get carpal tunnel. But yeah, I can't even do that. So I've been drilling down. Actually, I haven't drilled down yet on what you told me to do. And we were talking politics earlier. All right, so yes, we've been streaming for 2 hours. We started an hour early, which is fun. We had a bunch of good conversations. Well, yeah, this is, but who's gonna watch a show when no one talks? And I mean, so if you practice the way you do now, you will only develop YouTube talking skills. All right, man. I appreciate the information, but uh, I'm still running a show, sort of communication pod, so I have to talk to people. Um, and who's gonna watch me do this for 5 hours? Nobody. Right? I'll slowly get that. I will slowly get good at my own pace. But yeah, I'm in this for the long haul, and I hope you wish me luck, man. Because you gave me some of the best advice I've gotten. Yeah, I almost feel like I have to relearn strumming because I've been doing it wrong all this time. We're trying to inspire other people to pick up a discipline. I'm picking up music and I'm learning it through guitar, and I have to work all this energy into my fingers, right? Which I'm good with. And I also have to learn all this, like the fretboard and music theory. All these things are the discipline of trying to pick up something new. All right. Doesn't matter how many people watch me now. I'm doing this for anybody who happens to show up. I'm really doing this for me, and I'm trying to hope other people pick up a discipline, whether it's music or writing or painting or poetry. But I'm a person who talks, and oh, right. No, I understand what you're saying. But I spend about 5 hours a day talking and playing. I guess of the actual playing of that 5 hours a day, that might be an hour or two a day. But I also spend time playing off stream, trying to get it down. Man, I've only been doing it for 27 days, right? I mean, don't be too critical of me. Don't doubt my commitment. I'm a very weird guy. You do not know me. I commit to like wild shit. Like I said, it's 1,000 day devotional. I've done like three of these in my life. Who does 1,000 day devotionals? Doing something every day. I just committed to playing guitar every day for 1,000 days on stream twice a day. I'm only in day 27. Talk to me at day 500. And everybody learns differently, right? So, I mean, if you're listening to this, please, you can pick up that guitar you put down or that flute or that horn or whatever. You can learn your way. And that thing you told me to practice one line, turn the metronome off, that's helped me immensely since you told me that. Change my position of the guitar works immensely. I'm super thankful to you, man. And to pick up and down, which I'm sort of having a sort of a slight problem with, but I'm gonna get that down too. Like I said, it's only day 27. We're gonna do this thing. I don't want you to realize. No. Yeah. But you're right. The most important thing is a clean note. I've been reciting that as a mantra. So yeah, the metronome goes away until I can. I think I have been ignoring scales, but I think this weekend, people, we're gonna actually put that schedule together and have something to play. Six, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where's that book? Oh, here it is. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is 8. We'll have 8 categories. At 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll have 8 categories that we have to fill up with knowledgeable shoes, like ear training, and I don't know if I can even do ear training, but all this stuff is gonna be. We're all different, man. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Are you saying I should give up? What are you saying? I should do exactly what you want me to do? I don't understand. Clean note are the most important thing. I think that might take me another 3 weeks of 5 hour a day practices, especially since I don't know these, which are supposed to strengthen your palm and your ring finger and your pinky. I also do a lot of pad resting. Look, like I said, there's a learning curve to everything. I'm I'm better than I was when I started, but I've got a ways to go, which is fine. The whole point is that you're better than yesterday. And I have to do something about this pinky. Keep your. Can you not hear this? I don't think it's. Should I have to cut this on? I'm gonna have to cut this on. Do I want to play the acoustic? I'm sort of hungry. This is going only going on for an hour, but we've actually been streaming for 2 hours. I could go for. I have hamburgers in the fridge. I've got options. I should stop crying about it. First world problems. All right, so let's try the we haven't tried it in a couple of days. Let's try the major pentatonic scale again. Slow and steady, clear, concise notes. Give up. Why to give up? I just say that the build skills you need to concentrate more. No, I absolutely agree with you. Like I said, like of the 10 top tips, you gave me like 7 of them. I absolutely agree with you. But I'm just saying people learn differently. Um, uh, but yeah, I'm gonna. I've got 1,000 days to do it. I'm gonna get it down. I'm gonna fix my mistakes, and I will be a a good guitar player. Let's do it. Let's see what we're doing. All right. Ooh, let's do this to the metronome. You just couldn't do that. So is this even? Do we? We didn't. Actually, I played this morning. This should still be in tune. It's not going to be in tune, is it? Oh my God. This thing falls out of tune all the time. It's got to be the humidity. That's pretty so good. Wow. Perfect B. All right. What in the world? G is a little flat. I think I have to change the strings. All right, let's try this. Yeah, we're gonna keep the tuner on because it tells us what we're playing. Oh my God, I'm gonna be so bad at this. Let's put this on slow. How slow do we want it? Oh my God. All right, yep, that's bad. Let's try this one more time. This is just for funsies. Oh, yeah, I got an accuracy issue going on here. It doesn't matter that I memorize anything if everything is badly done. I love that this tells me what note I'm playing. E, E, G. Oh no, wait a minute. That's E, G, A, B, D, A, E. Oh, that no G, A, B, D, E, and G. That says G. That says D. Let's throw C up in here. Ugh, that's not good at all. My C's are horrible, quite frankly. Doesn't even register what I'm playing. That says it's a G. That's a D. All right. Oh, let's try E minor. See what happens. Let's try this A. That's an A. So how come the E didn't come through? This metronome is freaking bugging me out. Let's cut this off. All right. Yeah. So let's thumb through proper fingered. See if we can. What we want to do, we were told, is keep our fingers close to the fret and keep the guitar balanced, so you don't have to hold it, which is what I was doing earlier. Duh. I'm plucking downward. I'm not doing. Wow, this up down plucking is going to be the death of me. There's got to be. I'm about to say there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a tutorial. Ugh. All right, that's not working out either. Holy crap! I have, like I said, I can't. I mean, I wanted to learn on stream, and you're gonna, but a lot of this stuff is gonna be hours off screen, like this plucking. Good, sweet Jeebus. Um, I have to say it again. Uh, you were worse yesterday. You got slightly better today. You'll be slightly better tomorrow. And before you know, in a couple of 100 days, you will be playing music and having your own style of how this thing works out. Wow, this C thing is just really brutal on me. I'm muting stuff. That actually worked. And there's E. So I'm getting slightly better at rushing to where I need to be. So somewhere I'm guessing around uh, early September we can start putting this stuff together with the strings that we know and committing to learn a song. Mm. Uh, Going up is not easy. All right, well. Wow. And there's also this weird thing that I'm realizing is there's like a sense of memory of where your hand falls in this thing and and where the fret is. Because some of them are this wide and some of them are like that wide and they get smaller. Oh, got a sharp pain in my palm. We talked about this before, though. Those sharp pains, are they worth it? I think we decided that they were worth it. Yeah. Ah. Wow. All right. Oh my gosh. That was not awesome. Um, but at the end of the day, like I said, you get better every day. We're gonna be here every day. You're damn right we're gonna be here every day. Woo-wee. All right. I have to start waking up at 5 in the morning. We're gonna put this here. Your fingers work asynchronously. Your fingers work asynchronously. Left hand picks a string note. Not string not at the same time. Right. But you told me this morning that it's supposed to be the same, right? Ooh. I am starving. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get unauthorized snacks because I haven't had anything to eat all day. All right, so I'm glad I actually bought these. That way I don't have to actually make a sandwich. All right, so thanks, man. I am starving. We're gonna nibble here. We're gonna take a second, and then we're gonna hop right back into it. Remember, look, if you're picking up, like, you can read a lot of stuff and instantly get it, but your fingers are gonna need freaking years of training, man. Right? Um, and that's where we're sort of at, because my fingers need years of training. What's going on here? I know. It's not the best thing for you, for a growing girl. Where are those things I had? There you go. Woo wee! I will tell you. I mean, I just can't eat in the morning. I just can't do it. And now it's 5:30, and I'm finally having something, a freaking meal, and that meal is Cheez-Its. Mm, mm. Collect points. About 11 servings per container. Serving size 14 crackers is one serving. 8 grams, 10% saturated fat, 1.5 gram, 8% trans fats, 0 grams, polyunsaturated fats, 4 grams, mono unsaturated fats, 2 grams, cholesterol, none, sodium, 230 freaking grams. 10% of this bitch is salt. Total carbs, 17 grams, 6%. Dietary fiber, less than 1 gram, 2%. Total sugars, no grams, including 0 grams added sugar. Protein, 3 grams. Vitamin D, really, 0%. Calcium, 30 milligrams, 2%. Iron, 1 milligram, 4%. Potassium, 30 milligrams, 0%. Does that even make any sense? Potassium, 30 milligrams, 0%. Ingredients: enriched white flour, niacin, reduced iron, vitamin B, thiamine, mononitrate, vitamin B2, riboflavin, folic acid, vegetable oil. Okay, cool, vegetable oil. High oleic soybean, palm, and or canola oil with TBHQ for freshness. Cheese made with skim milk, whey protein, salt, cheese, coaches enzymes, and a natto extract contains 2% of less contains 2% or less of salt, paprika, yeast, paprika extract, paprika extract color, soy lecithin, lecithin, contains wheat, milk, and soy ingredients. Distributed by Kellogg Company, Battle Creek, Michigan. Impressive. Impressive. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Here's the thing. Mm. Remember, made with 100% real cheese. Did we just read this? Did we see anywhere where it said 100% real cheese? Cheese made with skim milk. That's all it says about cheese. Made with real cheese. Okay. You know what? Hey, no one's doubting you. If I doubt you, you'll take the box back. 150 calories per 14, right? For 14 crackers. I'm way over the daily allotment. Ugh. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. Sorry. Starving. You also have to understand, like I tell people all the time, this is not TV. This is streaming. You're talking to real people doing real shit, right? People may make a sandwich or eat a sandwich on stream or mute the thing and talk to their child or whatever, right? I mean, it's not broadcast television. Oh, excuse me. It's you and me and, you know. Mm, 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 mm. So don't be so no. What's what I'm looking for? Don't be so expectant that the internet is going to be like TV. People are, some have really professional things because they're actually companies, and some of them do it. Some of us do it ourselves, trying to make things happen in the classical American way. With nothing. Mm. All right. LA County will begin requiring masks indoors late Saturday. So I guess I'm like Saturday midnight, regardless of vaccination status. Yeah, you keep telling us you've got this thing sewn the fuck up, and then it just keeps slipping out like, you know, the blob or some shit. Mm. I'm gonna thank him. Like I have to go over to YouTube and thank him, and then we're gonna lose all this bandwidth. I don't know why. Okay, here we go. Why? There you go. All right. So yep. Was all right? Yeah, we lost all that bandwidth. Mm. Where is it? Here it is. So yep. Perhaps is weird because it lets you monitor chats, but it doesn't consolidate the chat, which I. But if I type something at somebody, it should show up in whatever platform they're on. It doesn't make any sense. Otherwise, I have to go over there, and then the bandwidth suffers. I don't know. I'm sure they're working on it in the laboratory. Mm, mm, mm. Mm. So We have been streaming. We have been streaming for 2 hours and 30 minutes, 36 minutes. Normally we said that the stream was not going to go past 3 hours and 30 minutes, but we started an hour earlier, right? Should we just do a 7 in the morning and then like a 6? Then fill up the time, pop in whenever we want, random. But why would we? Oh, so good. Essentially, it's cheese and crackers. So you really can't go wrong. Like going wrong with bacon and eggs. Mm, 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 mm. I hate to say it. I really do. But this was totally needed and it's totally not what's the word I'm looking for? Classy. Mm, 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 mm. All right. Sorry. This is what's on the milk. Not labeled for individual sale on the milk, on the cheese. Not labeled for individual sale. Keep refrigerated. Oops. Sorry about that. Keep refrigerated. Contains milk. That's it. Cheese, one of the oldest things known to humanity. Cheese, wine, bread, right? Uh, they were making bread before there was wheat. No, well, did Europe have wheat? How did Europe make bread? They had flour. They didn't have corn. Wait a minute. How did the Europeans make bread? I should know this. How? European. All right. Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Because they also have beer. Same thing you need to make beer, you need to make bread. Wheat, barley. So you grind it down, knead it in a liquid, perhaps adding yeast to make it. Okay, yeah, okay. Good to know. Sometimes you have to check because you forget stuff because, you may have hit your head or you may have been drinking or both. Mm, mm, mm. I'm super glad I stumbled on this. Mm. While we are an hour ahead of where we are supposed to be. So if we go to our normal time, this stream will be 4 hours long, 4.5 hours long. Well, remember, Sorry. We're not going over 3.5 hours. And I'm really beginning to think that I can watch a 3.5 hour game stream. I never watch anybody talk for 3.5 hours. I'm not a professor. So maybe we will chop these down to an hour. Actually, if I chopped it down to an hour, I could do like 4 shows a day on guitar, quite frankly. Um, not a bad idea. Instead of doing 3.5 hour shows, I could do a daily show. I do well. The morning show is an hour and 15 minutes. The afternoon show could be 2 hours and 15 minutes. Then the late show could be an hour. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just trying. Mm, 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 mm. All right. Just enough for one more bite. Mm. Woo-hoo-hoo. And now I'm thinking you need room temperature water. Wow. That's not bad. Mm. Still gonna need like an actual meal though. All right, so what are we up to here? Thank you for letting me like nibble. Stop this. I want to make sure there's nothing in my teeth. Don't look. Mm. All right. Well, can't even tell. That's all right. Woo. The coldest of cold water and ice. Pretty good. Remember, as I go along this path, and you walk your own path, you might do this, but it really is your path to walk, right? People may not get it. People may not understand how you're doing it the way you're doing it, and that's fine. Try explaining to them as best you can, but then if they don't get it, you know, what are you gonna do? Stop. So yeah, I get that. Excuse me. I get that there is very little. What's the word I'm looking for? Very little logic and reason to what I'm doing, but I think there's a lot to it actually. All right. All right. do we need? We need one more thing. Let's do it. All right, so apparently the air conditioner is set to 70 degrees outside. Not outside, like outside this room. I was like, what in the world? Remember, no one's perfect. You are just you. I'm just me. We're just trying to get there, right? It's a game of discipline. It's not a game of knowing all things. It's a game of trying to get there. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. Yeah, that's true. But also, the journey is the point. It's not just waiting to get to the destination. And that's what we're trying to cultivate here. Oh, it's even me with my slow ass fingers. I've got. I've got nice soft. You hear that? Thunderclouds. Cut this off. Thunderclouds. Crack boom, crack crack boom. I was like, oh boy. Um, it's a day, man. It really is. Uh, got up early, stayed up late. Here I am. Where's my phone? I sent out a text this morning. 6:35. New York plates with my name on it. God, I need to stop. All right. They canceled the Yankee game because of COVID. That's not good. Like they had the Foo Fighters. They had a giant concert in New York. People were like, "Oh, concerts are back!" And people were like, "Yeah." Then they went to California. I had a COVID issue. Had to cancel a show. I was like, "Look, listen. The last time it was this bad, well, watch what you're saying. The Black Death hung around Europe for like 3 years. Um, First year was bad. Second year was the worst year. Then it began to trail off. Right. I don't think this is going to be around for a year. I said that like a year ago. My guess is like 3 to 5 years, but I don't know anything. I'm a dumbass. Don't listen to me. But that's what history says. Except the Spanish spent. Oh, you know what? We are not dumb people. We can look this up. Spanish flu. Just curious as to how long it's been around. I don't want to cause any YouTube issues. Oh. Lasting from February 1918 to April 1920. That's 2 years and 2 months. How long was the Black Death around? 5 years later, one of the worst plagues in history arrived in Europe shores in 1347. 5 years later, some 25 to 50 million people were dead. Nearly 700 years after Black Death swept through Europe, it still haunts the world as a worst case scenario for an epidemic. Here's the thing about the Black Death. Oh my God. Here's the thing. It killed, I want to say, one. I mean, first of all, if it killed you if you got it. Uh, if 10 people got it, one survived it. And it ran through Europe like, yeah, I think it wiped out like half of Europe. 50 million people. 75 to 200 million estimated. Because you didn't know everybody. There was a lot of peasants that they were just dragging in the woods and leaving them, right? Yeah. 1346. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because it slowly walked through Europe because there were no planes. It didn't happen immediately. And people would take it with a camel or whatever. But it's slowly 46 to 53. That's like 8 years. And their population was like 100 million people. And it killed about, well, Europe, they said 75 to 20 million. But I thought the population was about 100 million people in all of Europe. 1346. All right, okay. That does make sense because this happened before the Indians. And the Indians were 1492, and there was about 120 million Indians. And at that point, there were like 80 million Europeans. And then, things happen. Early theory, predominant modern DNA, evidence, transmission, territorial gains, European outbreak, Western Asian, North African outbreak, signs and symptoms, consequences, economic, environmental, persecution, social. Yeah, all the people said this is because Jesus hates you. And then he started fucking, and we still have that whole really solidify our group against your group, which is totally a European thing. You used to be afraid of strangers. Now you just absolutely do not trust them because the Europeans, the American Indians, what they did to the Chinese. Chinese still ain't got over that shit. Don't want to open? Fine, we will attack. I'm looking for the population. What consequences? Economics, right? Okay, let's go economics. With such a large population decline from the pandemic, wages soared in response to a labor shortage. That sounds familiar. I'm not trying to preach preachers that. On the other hand, a quarter century after the Black Death in England, it's clear many laborers, artists, and craftsmen, those living from money wages alone, did suffer a reduction in real income. Yeah, because there were less rich people around to spend their money on trivial shit like art. I hate to say it, right? Um, Art is a luxury. Some historians believe the innumerable deaths brought on by the pandemic cooled the climate by freeing up land and triggering reforestation. This may have led to the Little Ice Age. Second pandemic, modern day. The third plague, 1855 to 19. Yeah, see. How many people died? Environmental, economic. The most widely accepted estimate for the Middle East. Oh, that's the Middle East, Syria. Wow, yeah, they had it too. We never talk about them though. But like I always say, they were right across the ocean. I mean, you could take a skiff and see it. During the 30 by autumn 47, they had reached Egypt, Western Asian outbreak. Yeah, outbreak, territorial gains. According to a team of medical geneticists led by Mark Octon, the bacteria, the grade from 1309 to 1393, AC cool in Kyrgyzstan. Inscription referring to a plague which had led some historians and epidemiologists to think that the mark of the outbreak others favor. I don't even know what this means. Um, I don't even know what this means. They don't give you a standing population for you to abstract from. The origin of the is disputed. The pandemic originated either in Central Asia or East Asia. All right, Central Asia is China. No, Central Asia, East Asia is China. Central Asia is Pakistan. Where's Central Asia? India, right? Central Asia is a region in Asia which stretches the Caspian Sea to the west to China. So it's not China. And Mongolia in east, Afghanistan, Iran in the south, Russia to the north. Russia is Asia. Well, Russia. Well, if you look at some Russians, they have a lot of they're light, but they have a lot of the same features as Asian people, like their eyes. Um, I think it's the people. I mean, obviously, it's the people, but like the ancient people that still herd goats and shit, and like Siberian, they look sort of like American Indians, and American Indians sort of have like let's call them tight eyes. But you have to know how people got to where they got to from where they came. Modern day Central Asia is home to a large population of European settlers who mostly live in Kyrgyzstan. Yeah, you go. All right. So yeah, okay, fine. It's yeah. Russia is essentially Asia filled up with like white Europeans from like 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago. I don't want to buy that. All right. So yeah. We have been streaming in another 40 seconds. It'll be 3 hours. Where someone is cooking something delicious. Uh, we are we're an hour away from ending, I would say. But we said we wouldn't stream for more than 3.5 hours anymore, unless it was a game, right? And I have to come up with more stuff to do on this stream other than annoy you with my guitar playing. Hey, trolls. Good to see you. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I hope life is good for you. It is 6. We have been streaming for 3 hours. I got in an hour early. Just had a weird snack, I'd say. Got a fresh drink. You know, in about 3 weeks, we're gonna start learning a song. I begin to think my man B.I. is. Uh, I'm beginning to think that we should start learning a song sooner rather than later. Um, let's face it, I'm bad at this. And we all like everyone I read say you part of the fun is making like learning songs that you like, right? Uh, I've run against some conflict with that. They just think that I should just, and I was against it, but now I'm really sort of beginning to think maybe we should try and plug away at something. But before, I mean, the whole point of plugging away at something is that you're going to be bad anyway. And maybe you'll be work hard to play that song that you like versus the scales that you're learning. You know what I'm saying? And then once you know it from the song that you like, you know it, and then you can run to the scales and knock it out immediately. It's so hot here. My pit stains have stains on them. It's crazy. It's how I thought it was how. What's the temperature there? Don't tell me in no. Tell me in centigrade. What is it? Fahrenheit and centigrade. Tell me in centigrade.
It's about 73 degrees in Stockholm, Sweden.
Okay. What is 70 degrees in centigrade?
The answer is 45.9 degrees Celsius.
Celsius, exactly. All right, there you go. 32. Oh my God. All right, so is this super hot? Like, is this your global warming? And by the way, it's going to warm every place. It's not like it's just going to warm. It's not America hot, right? We in America we say it's Africa hot. It's not America, not Florida, or California hot. Yeah, yeah. There are some places that should not hit temperatures because ice glaciers melt and all this. But yeah, the whole terrarium is gonna get hotter, and that is not a good thing. Not really a good thing. I actually saw a bumblebee today. I pulled out of a complex. There was an island with flowers, like with the name of the places, flowers, and all these that they planted. And you pull out, and you see traffic, so you can come this way, and they could pull in, and you could pull out. So there's this kind of like V. And in that island, I just looked over as I was waiting to pull in the traffic. There's this beautiful fat like bumblebee like falling off a plant, waddling around, landing on another one, kind of got his grip on it. I just looked at him for a second. I was like, you know, we can't keep wiping out species on this planet. We're going to eventually hit a tipping point, and then it's going to affect us. And the problem is, I think the average person doesn't want that to happen, but corporations are like anything for to get more money. I'll label you a hippie and cut down that very last tree, make a very last desk chair combo, and all the splinters make the very last toothpicks, and then sell toothpicks for $100,000 a piece because there's only 9 of them left. I don't know. It's scary. It sort of feels like a slow, grim death march to like the execution chamber. It just we're all going together. Like you keep telling us like uh, all of California is on fire. Just like oh my god, and it's gonna get worse. The winters in New York have gotten worse. I can tell you that. Uh oh. So we did a lot. We covered the we covered the news. Thank you. And well earlier on we covered the news. Uh we played some guitar. We got some good critiques. And we said we're not gonna stream for more than 3.5 hours, but you know what? We started an hour early. And I do like to talk. I'm sitting here chatting with you people, all great, wonderful people that you is. And it's Thursday. It's so close to your weekend. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I will stream cooking a meal this weekend. What would I make? I would classic maybe. I have a steak recipe that I like. It's super simple. I can tell you it and you can make it yourself, quite frankly. You don't have to buy the cookbook of one page of one recipe. And it's this. Uh steak, where you like it, arugula, chips of like shaved parm, mix it up nice solid. Once you cook the steak, For the steak, I cook my steak in olive oil, and when it's done, flip it over, hit it with butter, and let it like then as it like needs to rest and settle. You put that hot ass steak over those vegetables, and then you take the sweet good drippings and you drip it over the rest of it, and you have a steak with salad that way. Because some of the cheese will melt, but if the it's a pretty big plate. So if the plate is this big, the steak is this big, right? Or if the steak is that big, the plate is bigger, but there's still a lot of grains on it because it's gonna wilt AF anyway, and it is awesome. I used to have a name for it, but then I forgot it. Feel free to name it yourself, but it's mine. Let's call it a true steak. That's lame. I don't know. Call it whatever you want. But it's dark on good. Sweet Jesus. Sweet Jesus. No broccoli. I used to love steak and broccoli, steak and potatoes. But this is where I'm at now. A nice, like, just semi raw steak. I don't want it like the last steak I had. I undercooked it. The outside it was thicker than I thought it was. So instead of normally I get like a half-inch steak. This had to be like a two-inch steak. And I was like, so I got halfway through it because I don't mind like a raw steak. And then the rest of it, I just sliced up into strips, threw it back in that pan with a little olive oil and butter, and strip steaks, threw it in some rice. Look, man, cooking is fun. You should do more of it. I don't know people. I think people so they go open more restaurants and businesses have told the average American that cooking is not a thing, but cooking is the shiz. Just like I'm learning guitar, you can learn recipes, right? And once you know them, they're yours forever. I asked my mom this once. I was like, "How many recipes do you think you know?" My mother has forgotten more about cooking, um, and she did it every day, right? Up from the time she had babies up until they went off to college, right? And on that, on top of that, specialty meals, Thanksgivings and Christmases, right? Cooking for funerals and weddings, right? And people eating and going, "Oh, this is good." Versus like my mother and my aunt Rhett. How's that for a southern name? My aunt Rhett. They had this. It must have been 25-year battle about chitlins. Y'all don't know what chitlins are? Chitlins are my favorite soul food dish. Chitlins, the hot sauce. Ooh, it's just it's a holdover of some of the. Uh oh, I'm. I think this lighter may be on. I have to fill it. You may ask me, what are you doing? I'm trying to burn off the top layer that I folded this over with. Because I noticed that when I do it, half of it burns, half of it doesn't. So then the whole thing burns unevenly. There's a method to the nonsense. And now let's get the whole thing started. Okay. Yep. And that is how you light a cigar. Uh, like I said, you get better. Every day you do something, you get better. In my young man smoking days, I used to roll drum cigarettes with the paper. I was able to roll them in a windstorm. It was like a western. But you do this. I used to skateboard, got better at that. I used to rollerblade, got better at that. Used to bike ride, got better at that. Never learned to do a wheelie though. But this is what it is, right? You should not ever give up learning shit. And there's something interesting. I'm sure you know it. Just delve into it. I hope it's just. I'm not gonna tell you what to delve into far, but I hope it's not nonsense. I hope it's not like some movie star's life or some bullshit. I hope it's something that in 10 years you can go, or unless you wrote like the quintessential story about the wind is blowing in. It's just weird because that door is closed. Anyway, I hope that you can do something with this talent, whether it's learn real estate and then sell houses in a few years, or like I said, write a your great. I was about to say great American novel, but not everybody's American. Your great novel of whatever country you're from, right? Graphic novel, romance novel, action, farce, just knock yourself out. But it's a little discipline. Every day, sit down someplace for 20 minutes and write or paint, or just for 20 minutes. It's 20 minutes goes by like this. But once you get into it, you might be there for an hour. That's what you want, right? And don't be, sometimes the energy of the children will come and cut that off, and that's fine, right? But you've already lit these embers in your whole flow, and that's what we want. These dogs, man, they've got me. They're always barking. You know what? Do you hear that? They're telling me to get a dog. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to get a dog. God, my dog was so awesome. I've got most of the stuff that I wanted in life, right? I got a cool ass car. I have a guitar, and in 5 years, I'll be a guitar player, right? Then I have a cool ass car and a vintage car and a guitar skill. Then I'll get a dog. I promise. But man, oh my God, they sound so awful. And here's the thing about dogs. Some of us, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm about to talk some shit. Some of us run on this kind of like a primal aesthetic, right? All the examples I give are always, let's say 100 of us are a tribe and we're walking through a landscape, whether that's forest or swamp or a desert, right? You need people to get through, right? Each one teach one, each one reach one, right? If you want to go fast, go by yourself. If you want to go there, if you want to go quick, go by yourself. If you want to go safely, go with others. What is that the verb? What is it? Now I gotta look it up. It's an African proverb. If you want to go fast, go alone. All right. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Right. That's essentially it. So we want to go far. We want to go together. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. That's a really, yeah. See, all these groups have these great little sayings. This is why I love quote books, right? Or what's the word? When you sum up like a series of books, like a compendium or something. Um, Love those, and you don't have to read like 9,000 pages of what that guy had to read to get his PhD, right? But it's still good information, right? So instead of reading 9,000 pages, maybe you only have to read 700. And if you really like it, dive deeper, right? People aren't even happy to be curious anymore about shit that they like. People are mentally lazy now, right? You're like, oh, I love these comic book movies. Ever read a comic book? No. Then do you really even love these comic book movies? It's one thing to grow. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand it. I'm not saying you have to be, excuse me, interested in everything. But the old school baseball fan used to be able to tell you how many hits, how many runs, the stats and all this stuff. I don't think the modern day baseball fan knows any of that shit. They just know celebrity personalities. And they may know what he did like that year, but they don't know the history of baseball. Right. It's weird. It's weird. There's definitely a drop off going on here. And I'm encouraging you to get your discipline up and not be subjected to it. In this movie, the zombies are all around you. They don't read, you know, they don't do anything interesting. They're all judgmental, right? You have to be like the hero of the story who has something to actually say and can actually do shit, right? And that can be anything. Can you fix a car? Can you play an instrument? Can you cook? You know how many girlfriends I've had who could not cook? I like you're supposed to be. I hate to be sexist about this shit, but we all agree that babies tend to like ladies, like the random lady more than the random guy, right? There's an. I mean, if a kid got lost and walked up to you, well, I mean, how would you? What you? What I mean? What you know what I mean? All this energy is weird energy now. And I don't mean to sound like, you should all women should know babies, but the idea that femininity is a part of that, right? Well, you can talk to a kid better than some random dude can. And people just don't like kids. They don't like each other. They don't like dogs. They don't like plants. They don't like boys. They don't like girls. They like trees. They don't like the outside. They don't like. Look, a mosquito bite is totally worth going outside for. Um, Now everybody lives in indoor air conditioning. So I really wonder what the I was about to say end game, but what the outcome will be. I really do. Some of the best days I spent as a kid was running around in the sun, right? And we had air conditioning, but it wasn't always on, and it went on when it was super hot. But yeah, then you come home, you open the window, you turn on turn on the fan. Now every apartment all across the country is blisteringly cold, and that energy puts like stuff into the environment, right? Doesn't that raise? I know I've read this before, but this is what happens when you smoke. Uh, Air conditioning, air conditioner environmental effects. I read it about Arizona because Arizona shouldn't have any people in it because it's a trillion degrees. Now, only all the people who are in Arizona are like elderly people, and when the power goes out, like you know what I'm saying? Air conditioners can negatively impact the environment in the same way that older machines that burn fossil fuels do by emitting harmful byproduct gases into the atmosphere. In fact, some studies predict that by 2050, roughly 20% of global warming will be caused by air conditioning. Yeah, yeah, it is what it is. But like I said, I said it and it sounds bad, but I think the environment is so squishy that a lot of people who are alive now would not be alive. And that's what I said. I stand by that. And I don't mean sickly people who are kept alive by technology. I don't mean that at all. I just think that if you didn't have air conditioning, a lot more people would not be here. Everything from young people to older people, right? If you didn't have some of these allergies, like these shots, like the super, like some of this stuff, like these things would take a lot of people out, right? This randomness. The only thing that's still around is like cancer, right? Cancer, who knows? They may cure that in 100 years, but cancer would take people out. Uh, Diabetes would take people out. Then some people would succumb to stuff, alcoholism, right? Uh, and not drink water, but like that. So all these, there's a lot of people who are in the gene pool still because we've managed to knock off like some of the edges of life. 100 years ago, people wasn't living this long, weren't living this long, right? 100, that's just simple. 100 years ago, that's just 100 years ago, and now people are coasting into like their hundreds easily, which is great. Um, but we have to be serious. We have to make allowances, right? Because you don't stop having new people. Um, People still want to be politicians up, and now all the politicians aren't going anywhere because they're a million years old, right? And they grew up literally 3 generations ago in the 40s, telling you know. So by the time people who know what the internet is and how to send emails get into power in like 60 years, uh, those people would complaining because they'll be taking like transwarp ships to like freaking Andromeda, and you'll still be talking about we're gonna improve the subways. They're like, oh my god, no one uses the subways. Why is he in power? I remember in the Tom Cruise. Oh my god, is he telling Tom Cruise stories again? And then when they get into power, they'll be talking about the transwarp, shuttle to wherever, and their kids are like we talking about, next plane of existence that they normally go to via some mental apparatus. We're always ruled by people 30 years out of where they should be. We always are. We have a lot of young guys who not expect to be there for like 70 years. And my whole position, I said this before, Don't keep your senators there for more than 2 terms. Don't keep your congressman there for more than like 2 terms for a senator is 14 years, and don't keep your congressman there for more than 3 terms, which is like 7 years. If you like your congressman so much, you should make him your senator, and that's the way that should work. And we all have so many senators in our state. The best of those senators should be a congressman instead of this bullshit that we got going on now. This fucking dilettante golf club nonsense that, oh my God, the whole place is just, it's not serious. Yes, I don't doubt the power of the state to throw my black ass in jail, but that don't mean that, it's right. They keep letting people out all the time who are innocent. And now, the rich don't pay taxes, they don't fight these wars. And now they take all this money from you. And now that there's a pandemic, they won't give you, a moratorium on evictions. They're throwing people out of homes. They won't give you some of that money back so you could go to college. And now they're demonizing you for not going back to these low wage jobs. I mean, like I said before, people wanted things. When did they stop wanting things? They never did, but they were hopeful in their 20s, and then you've got them used to being miserable by the time they were 30 and expecting nothing to work out. Right? So what if all of a sudden someone told you that shit could work out, but you just had to, reset your whole deal and relook at the way the board is set and go, you know what? I'm not going to play. And that's exactly what's going on here. Come back to your low wage job. Yeah, I'm not going to play. I've been saying this for like 15 years. And then now a pandemic took it to happen. People are like, all right, so maybe, I'll try anything else other than that. Because once you've been doing it for a while, you get stuck in it. It's not paying you a lot. Right. So if you're a doctor who hates it, that's different. You're getting paid a lot of money to hate your gig. But if you work like the rest of us, these menial jobs, you live paycheck to paycheck, you're giving up on everything they want you to numb yourself with. Like broadcast television, for instance. Yeah, this whole landscape is going to be totally different. And I'd say about my parents voted for Biden, and I chided them. I was like, I love you, but what are you doing? You're from South Carolina. Dad's from North Carolina. What are you doing? You know his whole history. You know the history of these people. Why would you? Oh, Donald Trump is crazy. Mom, because they told you that on TV. They told you all kind of stuff about just to make sure you're in pocket, right? I'm not, man. But afterward, they were like, yeah, I guess you're right. But I mean, it's a soap opera, and they want to get you part of the soap opera. And I'm not saying Donald Trump is great, but he was by far not the worst president. What he was he wasn't a denizen of Washington, and they didn't like it. And when I say they, I mean the politicians who run Washington, who've been there for 50 years, who play these fucked up games, right? They didn't like it. The whole place is falling apart. Donald Trump and Barack Obama, though they hate each other, are products of the same community. And that community is, these career politicians are assholes. We need somebody new. Hey, we'll give the black guy a shot. Oh, that guy was lame. Oh, hey, we'll give the guy who's never been a politician a shot. I don't care if he's a billionaire. Oh, and watch, someone else is going to come through. They're going to be like, what is she? She's just old enough to be president? Fine, we'll give her a shot because fuck you people. It's going to happen again. Look, 3 strikes. And after they undo the 3rd time, I don't know what is going to happen. I really don't. Because you can't make people happy to live in poverty as their children die. And they're trying to sell you off on, ooh, look at this. Like Britney Spears, I don't care. If she was crazy, why'd you let her dance in Vegas and make money for people? If she's crazy, shouldn't she be home in a nursing gown, slightly getting better and taking her medication? No. Only thing you really stopped her from doing was going to parties. And then you controlled her money. So yeah, like it's still a slave system, just done with lawyers now. And it's not just for black people. It's for everybody. And if I had $1 billion and they could get to it, do not think that there'd be lawyers going, Your Honor, look at his internet content. This man is unwell. He cannot run his own finances of $100 million or whatever. Let's say I had that somebody. But now you can just go, you can approach it differently. Yeah, look at this content. This man is a menace to society. And use the same thing to, So you got to know who's doing what and why they're doing it. They're doing it to stay in power. You got to know why Donald Trump was elected, because the populace was sick of, and they stormed January 6th, right? The populace was sick of these politicians not doing anything while they suffer. Why did they vote for Barack Obama? Because the politicians were sick of these people not fucking doing anything, so they thought they get the black guy a shot. Who were they not voting for? Hillary Clinton, all of them, and they had to guilt you. They almost didn't vote for. I mean, they were not going to vote for Biden, and his wife had to go. Look, you just have to hold your nose and do it. For fuck you. Tell me to hold my nose and do something that benefits you personally. What are you, crazy? Right? And then what happened? 3 days in March, Obama and Schumer and Pelosi got together and essentially stuck a knife in Bernie Sanders' back and made Joe Biden the third place contender in this fucking thing, the nominee. The third place contender. And he chose the person who didn't even, she was fourth place under the guise of the first black what? She doesn't know any black people. This is the shit. So now when you tell me not Erica, Julia Roberts was going to play Harriet Tubman, I go, yeah, I get that now. Makes perfectly good sense, right? It's just because you went to a black college, there's a black experience here that you're ignoring so you could win votes. The whole thing is so trashy. And you wonder why nothing works? Nothing works because these people aren't serious and they run it like a soap opera and you're happy to participate. I'm done participating, right? The last great president was Jimmy Carter. Bombed nobody, tried to get help. And when he left office, he built houses for people. What is Barack Obama doing? The community activist? All right, he's making Netflix content for hundreds of millions of dollars. Good, sweet Jesus. Don't ask me to come vote for you in September. Please. I find it insulting that you would even ask me. Because the first thing I'm going to do is do this. And I've done this at political rallies and got thrown out of places. You know, I expect you not to know what's going on and to just blindly rubber stamp what I'm telling you. Not doing it. Nope. There are children here suffering. You're sending soldiers off to die in places for fucking bullshit political reasons. You know, now it's coming home. January 6th is the first ridiculous incident. And I don't think anybody cared as long as it was focused at black people, right? Now that, you know, it's a real shot at the government, they're going to have to deal with these people. So they're not even dealing with these people for any good reason other than their own expediency, right? This is why they want these people to have really harsh sentences because who did they scare? They scared 70 and 80-year-old congressmen and senators, right? Yeah, if they would have scared you and me, they wouldn't have cared. Well, we as American people have to get together and deal with it. They were like, no, all these people, they're, what did they call them? Insurgents. I was like, really? No one's been charged with insurgency. Insurgents. They're just rioters. Drunken, loopy, stupid rioters, right? But to raise money, oh look, they're coming and the Republicans and no one will condemn. Yeah, all right, whatever. Oh, they were going to take over. Were they going to take over? The guy with his feet on Nancy Pelosi's desk was going to go down to the Pentagon and tell those generals to fall in line. I'm the new president. And that guy with the Fred Flintstone water buffalo helmet on is going to be what? Secretary of Ridiculousness? The fuck out of here. I mean, they just tell you all this fear mongering stuff on TV and you go, oh, and because you hear it all the time, every day, relentlessly, you don't know how conditioned you are to it until you get away from TV, and they don't want you to get away from TV. They don't want that. So yeah, interesting concept. I like to follow people who cook on the internet. I like to follow people who build stuff with their hands on the internet. I found this dude who built these. I can't even call them tiny houses. He builds them with like cement and digs out like he pats on like a table as big like a dining room table. He'll pat out like an inch high border. He'll maybe not an inch high, but like maybe 4 inches high. He'll pat down the sand and he'll dig it out. And he's like, oh, wow, what? And then he'll build like the little bricks are, and he'll put cement and he'll actually make a house, but it'll be miniature and it'll be made out of brick and mortar, rebar. I was like, wow. I like that's the kind of thing I'm just kind of like, wow. And look, everything that ends up on the internet, they try to stick on TV. Like you don't have the internet to watch it, right? All these people falling downstairs and cute dog videos all started on the internet. They can't keep their audience. They can only steal from the internet. And the internet is essentially a rich font of random people doing random shit. Some of it will hit, some of it won't. Hollywood is only them always trying to spitball shit to keep you interested. This is like the internet is a bit more organic with what's going on here. So yeah, I'm teaching myself how to play guitar. Yeah, I'm horrible at it now, but I expect that I'll be good at it in like 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, a year, right? I've only been 28 days. Some people are going to come back for that. You couldn't sell this stupid. I don't know if this is a show or a program, like I say, or a blog, or I don't know what this is. I don't even know what this is, right? But whatever this is, you couldn't sell it to fucking Netflix. So wait, he's just going to sit there. He's going to play a couple. Then he's going to talk shit for 5 hours. No, we can't get anybody to what are the commercials to advertise on that. For all they know, they could give somebody a crochet show and be but they don't take these chances. And then it'll happen here, and then they'll try and steal you away. It's happened a couple of times. Then people get TV shows, and those shows tank. So whatever's going on with the internet, which is the new thing, your channel will be like my channel already has like 1,500 channels on it. I was about to say your channel will be 1,000. I am from the era of 3 channels, right? There was in New York, there was CBS, NBC, ABC. There was also WPIX, which was the local channel. There was Fox 5, which was the local channel before Murdoch bought them all. And there was the local PBS channel. So that's like 6 channels, right? Then we had these UHF channels. There must have been like 60 of those. And most of them was from Jersey and Maryland, so you like with the antenna ears trying to, then, you got cable, which was like, at the time, it was what Metco Home Theater. And then you had HBO, which came shortly after. They're like, right? And they've been in the game ever since. But then you had like 8 channels. And then Ted Turner came along, then he gave you CNN. And like, then cable just exploded. And then all of a sudden, not everybody wants to watch news 24 hours a day, but somebody may watch, and all these giant companies had all this content from the 20s and 30s and 40s and 50s. I mean, I was watching TV. I was flipping through the channels, rather, and there's a Walking Dead channel. And I was like, how much content must they have? Then I realized they've been on forever. So just like you have a Star Trek channel, show all those series on their loop back to back to back to back, and I'd watch it. And when I'd get tired of watching it, I'd go over to like the cooking channel or cable channel. But then I'd come back because I like that, right? There's channels that show old soap operas. Problem with those is you can't find your way in because there's like 50 years of soap operas. It doesn't work the same way for everything, right? You can't do this with you can do a channel with Star Wars because there's a lot of movies and a lot of TV and a lot of da-da-da. But you can't do it with stuff that has too much content like Doctor Who. You'd have to start in the 50s and people fall out and never come back. It has to be like arcable. It has to be about, I want to say, 10 years of content, right? So you got 7 years of this show, 7 years of that show, 5 years of this show. And then you can run them like, you can hop in. And I mean, it's what the new world is, right? I watch a Western channel all the time, and there's 2 of them. One shows similarly modern Westerns with color, right? And the other shows black and white, goofy bullshit with there's always like the music playing, and some of them are comedic and some of them are really dramatic. And they're hysterical, right? They're absolutely the best shit. So I love that, right? Just because, like, if the guy gets shot, there's a loose stain right here. There's no long prolapse of like why mom hates the brother. It's just kind of like, it's all of this violence feel like violence porn to me. And this cowboy western shit feels like popcorn porn, right? It's not really popcorn porn. It's like violence popcorn, rather. It's just, I can't take it seriously, and it's fun to watch how tight the stories are in an hour and a half. And trust me, they're not kind with some of them. Treat the Indian as a noble savage, and others treat them as like just savages. You see the era, and I'm like, what can't they show in this? Like, because I'm sure they make movies where people are like, can't show that. I watched one a couple of days ago where the guy was a white guy who was raised by Indians. There's a bunch of those, and they thought that him and the Indians attacked the fort. There's always a fort. And he had to prove his innocence, and the good guy who was hunting him down became his best friend, And it's all that, like, oh, see, so the guy who was wrong is a good guy, and the good guy knows he's a good guy. So now you got two good guys. Oh, but there's the bad. It's so cheesy, so cheesy, but it's just the best versus all the other stuff. You can have a Stargate channel that's been around for 10 years. Stargate is a great concept. Star Trek is a great concept. We all get together, stop the wars, and go to space together and find new shit. Great concept. Star Trek is just a perpetual civil war. You know, you really like the energy of it, but somewhere around like the 10th movie, you begin to go, okay, right. This is just a religious civil war, quite frankly. Um, Star Trek is kind of different. Yeah, one's a religious story and one's sort of a military exploration story. Um, Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate is just great. The premise of Stargate is just so good, right? It's just so good. Stargate is essentially like a space subway station to like now just stop the Andromeda galaxy. I mean, that's Stargate, right? You dial it in like a phone call and then you just kind of walk through. Like, yeah, it's beautiful. It's so simple. Um, the violence is cartoonish and ridiculous, laser guns, right? Versus the other. Yeah, reinstate the mask mandate. Biden meets with Merkel. Where are they? They're at the White House because Biden doesn't like to travel. Jesus Christmas, this guy. Ex-social security officials and businessmen conspired to kill the Haitian president. Oh my God, that story, it's fucking crazy. It really is crazy. It just shows you what like human will do. It really, it's the second most ridiculous story this year. And the first one was like storming the Capitol January 6th. I was like, what am I watching here? Not very little shocks me, but that shocked me. But I knew then, I was like, look, you live in a world of cameras. And people are posing for pictures. I'm like, oh, everybody's going to jail. But I knew that this wasn't a coup. These people, if that was military people storming up the Capitol, hopping shit, and I would everybody in fatigues, tanks on the street, I'd be like, oh my God, what is happening? That's not what that was. That was a riot. And it's the arrogance, I hate to say it, but it's the arrogance of what some people have been allowed to believe about themselves in this country for so long. Right. And I told somebody they didn't like, I think I just mentioned it. I don't think, they cared when it was pointed at black people because then they can go, oh, we're your saviors, vote for us. And but when they kicked in that door and uh, I think they were looking for specific people, just goofy, stupidest. You don't know if they just want to talk to you, yeah, yell in your face. But it's a mob. It takes one guy to throw a brick, right? And before you know it, and yeah. So no, storming the no. A lot of bullshit goes on here. You're not storming the Capitol. That's ridiculous. And the people that normally let it ride, you attack them. So now they're in charge of all the stupidness. They're gonna bring some of that stupidness to your front door. But a lot of these guys have begun to like cop plea deals and say they'll talk to So and here's the way this works. I said this on the show before too. The statute of limitations in America is generally 7 years, right? So if they don't find any trace of you there, if like you took a picture and they never found it and you never posted it and you erase it immediately and it just went into some stupid archive at Google or Apple or wherever their super servers that keep all your pictures go, you're fine. But if they go, oh, like that guy who was planting bombs they're still looking for, 7 years he can't go, well, I planned it, but they didn't find me. There's a John Doe warrant out for him, which means he's good to be grabbed whenever they grab him, right? 25, 50 years from now, right? But the random everyday people who took pictures, if you can keep your mouth shut and not 8 years, but like 6 years from now, be like, man, that was it. They didn't catch me. They'll catch you then because you'll tell somebody. But all this, everyone puts stuff on their Facebook, and we're all geotagged with our pictures, and our phones have trackers in them. Yeah, Every computer has a tracker in them. Can I use your location on everything? Right? I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we're supposed to have privacy, but we signed it away, right? The government didn't have to do anything about it. Some of these contracts are sinister, and we don't even read them. Because, but that's why I'm like, yeah, if I were president, I'd make a lot of this shit utilities, and then where would your ass be? You know what I'm saying? You made enough money. You don't pay taxes anyway, you motherfucker. You're like, I don't throw your ass in jail. Congratulations. Boom. You founded a utility that you turned over to the state. Peace, bitch. See you later. That's it. But who knows what we're losing? Are we losing California to fire? Are we losing Arizona to heat? Are we losing New York to the water and as well as Virginia here to the floods? Are we losing the Midwest to storms? These horrible tornadoes and ridiculous uh, snowdrops. It's gonna be it's gonna be it's still gonna be our country, but it's gonna be, man, is it gonna be it's gonna be something. I think it's gonna be, what is that line that Brad Pitt utters in Fight Club where he goes, maybe you'll be hunting across, oh man, I gotta find it. I'll find it and play it for you. I'll take the risk of getting a bang. But it's like Brad Pitt Club. A ton of making a Fight Club fucking Brad Pitt's workout. I don't care about Brad Pitt's workout. Fight Club was a genius of a movie. You are not your khakis. I used to love my khakis, but now I'm back to blue jeans. Um, that's true. I'm Jack's complete lack of surprise. Yeah. After he beat him up and dropped him off, he said this thing about being, maybe you'll wake up in the oh my god, that quote, I cannot find it. It's in my head and I don't even know how the quote starts. Nope, I can't even get the quote right. Yeah, here we go. So here's the quote. In a world, I see you stalking elk through the damp canyon forest around the ruins of Rockefeller Center. You'll wear leather clothes that will last you the rest of your life. You'll climb the wrist-thick kudzu vines that wrap the Sears Towers. And when you look down, you'll see tiny. Here we go. And when you look down, you'll see tiny figures pounding corn, laying strips of venison on the empty carpool lanes of some abandoned superhighway. So, like, that's the kind of shit that. It's a great quote, by the way. But yeah. Is that what that is? Let's close this. Good lord. Stop offering me games. It's in my library. Then why you all right. So yeah, that's the that's so burning. That's the thing. That's a sad, it's a great quote. But it's the idea that everything has fallen away. And what will be left is the ruins, like the pyramids. Some of this shit will slowly collapse in on us, right? Others will forget what they're used for. Others will always know that they were there, and then eventually no one will know why they were there, and then eventually people will forget that they were there, and then a new generation, 100 years will, not 100 years, but like 1,000 years will discover them. like those mounds in Egypt that they think were burial mounds for like the Celts long before like the place was a country. So every now and then, and there's houses built around them. So there's a berm that'll like everything will be flat, then they'll just rise up like not 30 people, like let's say 15, 25 feet. And they know that someone is like buried under there. It's just crazy stories. I can show you that one. I couldn't show you like I was looking for the clip, but I just read you the quote. Uh, English burial mounds. Yeah, so I'm going to show you this because I mean, this is how it all works, my brother. All right. Uh, Open image and new link. Here you go. Yeah, they're all over the place. You know what I'm saying? So here's one Anglo-Saxon burial mound. Wikipedia. They're just all over the place just because the place is so old. And I'm sure there were 1,000 of them at one point, and slowly but surely, some are more grand than others. They just, some are not this big. Let's close this. Some are really small, and they're in like neighborhoods. Where's the one in neighbor? Oh, can't see. Hold on. We're gonna find one that you can see from like. Oh my God, where is it? I got. Okay, we have to go back up here. Yeah, here's people walking by one. I mean, think you're walking past someplace, plan to move path away from St. Paul burial mound. Where can I close this? Oh, here we go. See, um, yeah, I find it amazing. I mean, you walk by, and that's what happens. You walk by it on your way to school 1,000 times and never know what it was because it's 1,000 years old. All right, so let's this one just sitting there beautifully in a field by itself. Look at this. Three people standing on this one. They're not small things. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, oop, 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 oop. All right, so dun, 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 dun. And here I am back. Hello. Uh so yeah, here, welcome. We play guitar here. We're teaching ourselves guitar, but we're teaching ourselves at our own pace. And we're making pretty good clipping actually, quite frankly. Um, so though some may disagree. And every now and then we break and we talk about social stuff, curious stuff, and stuff that we find interesting. We talk about political stuff, as I'm sure you just heard. We wish each other well. Outrageous. We're trying to get people to get up on their discipline, whatever they want to pick up. I'm doing it with music, but I'm doing it through the guitar because the guitar is the instrument. The guitar is the instrument that I have. But I'm trying to learn music and just talk random goodness to whoever wants to talk to me. The show's at 4. We started early today. We started at 3, 3, and we've been streaming for 3 hours and 50 minutes. So in 10 minutes, our now it's been 2 weeks since we stopped the 7 o'clock show. Our 7 o'clock show became a 4 o'clock show, but I've been trying to stream to about 7. But next week we think we're going to change it to 6. So please join us next week at 6. I will update all relevant media sites. So like the New York Times, the Washington Post, they can all get ahead of it because I know that worldies want to know about this. Remember, also what we're trying to do is change our attitude about some stuff, right? And as I explained it, we don't want anybody to live in our head anymore. There's a lot of assholes in the world. You can't run around arguing with every asshole, right? Fighting everybody. Pick your fights, pick your battles, know the important ones, know the people who just go, no. I mean, you don't have to antagonize somebody. I was about to go, psh, but that would antagonize somebody, right? So you just kind of go and go about your business. But we all know like where the buck stops, so don't be disrespected by anybody. But if you can avoid nonsense and bullshit people and let them have the last word, as I used to say, I don't care as long as you say it walking, right? As long as he's walking away, right? If that person has a bad, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Some people, they have no contact with anything, so their only energy is negative shit. Like if you won't dance with me in a night, then fight with me. It's like as long as there's some connection, some human interaction. Um, you don't need it. There's a billion people in the world, and I'm also going to tell you about. No, I'm going to save the friendship thing to when we close, but I'll mention it. Do you guys know that there was a poll they did like in the 80s, 70s, and 80s about friends, and I always have to re-explain this. I'm always bad at it. And they asked, let's go. They asked, how many friends do you have? So let's say 10 people said one friend, 15 people said two friends, like uh, 20 people said five friends. And how many people do have more than 10 friends? And like 10 people said they had more than 10 friends. So they did the poll again in this year, and they asked how many people have 10 friends. The name that number went down to like four. How many people have eight friends? That number went down to like five. How many people have one friend? Like no people had like one friend. Like some people needed friends. So the idea is that we're becoming less social, and you have to make it your business. Look, what is the American way if it's not hanging out, drinking, barbecuing, shooting the shit, right? Going to college. All these things are social things, getting married. But you can't just stay in your apartment. You have to be part of keeping the American system alive. And I'm sure your system, if you're not in America, right? So people don't have friends. It's sort of no bueno. Excuse me for bringing up my excellent junior high school Spanish. But so you have to fight against that. And especially if you don't have any friends, you have to go out there and make friends. How do you make friends? Very easy. You go to a place that you're interested in. I said this before. Uh Dungeons and Dragons, go to one of those places, play, right? Play not online. We have a place out here. Actually, I should take a trip and go there. Or go to a poker place if you play poker, right? Uh, go to basketball or knitting or whatever, clay, whatever. Go to a writing workshop, whatever. Go to a weekly uh, book of the month club, whatever. As long as you get in with meeting people, right? It's not about having romance. It's about meeting people because you don't have friends, and your friends will introduce you to people, and maybe those will be the romances. But what you want first is friends. Uh, and you, I mean, nobody's asking you to take everybody who wants to be your friend, right? But I mean, you can be discerning. You know what you like, you know what you don't like, you know what you'll put up with. But you you have to be a bit vulnerable. You have to be prepared to sort of be let down. Don't First of all, do I have to tell you not to lend anybody money, right? Um, and since you're not doing it on the internet, you're going out and meeting people, right? So, I mean, I said earlier, remember when you were a kid and like the best thing was just to run around and play before you knew what the cool clothes was and who the cool people was. Remember when you were like 8 or you know what I mean? That's the kind of energy that you not that you want to, but I mean that happy, open energy is where you want to be. And mind you, you're an adult. Like I said, you can shut nonsense down. But the idea that it may take you a week or two, and then you see somebody 3 or 4 times in the place, and then the next step of that is to hang out with them outside of that place, see if it translates, and not go to like maybe you go to like Burger King, or of course we're all gonna go. The movies is there, but we're all gonna go to a concert or go to the beach together. Or hey, he invites you someplace, or you'll invite him to someplace, and you'll all be chilling. And then you'll meet like his sister, or you'll meet if you're whatever that you meet somebody's brother or somebody's sister, and that's the way that kind of thing works. But if it doesn't work out, you still go, oh man, I'm sorry it didn't work out, but you still got your friend, you still got your homie, right? This is why you're not going out looking for dates. You're going out looking for friends to broaden your friendship social circle. The idea that people don't have friends is really bothering me. So I've made it part of this podcast, this me learning guitar, this whole thing. We are going. I mean, and besides, if we're trying to be musicians, it's about being social and getting together in a giant group, right? And even if we're not trying to be musicians, I'm trying to be a talker, which I'm freaking fairly decent at. It's been about 4 hours. Come on, people. Oh my God, we got five. Okay, we've been streaming for 3 hours and 57 minutes. We probably got another. Let's see, I said this. I said we weren't going to do long streams like this anymore unless we were gaming. Um, but we just been talking about so much weird stuff. But we did practice. We got into a lovely exchange. Um, remember, I should make a placard. I am True S Armor on YouTube. Please like and subscribe. And I am Karma Arma, Karma, Karma, Arma, Arma on Twitch. Please like and subscribe. True Armor, TRUSARMOR, Armor on YouTube. Please like and subscribe. I'm trying to get to 1 trillion followers. Yeah. Um. So what do we want? Justice? When do we want it? Meh. Um. I saw that someplace. I always thought it was funny. It's probably not funny. Hmm. All right, I am hungry. Here's a problem. I, t- I took out two steaks to show you the difference between like American beef and wagyu beef. We can actually look up the official because it's got all these pockets of fat in it, and I'm fucking telling you, it's straight awesome. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. I'm about to get started. I asked you not to get me started. All right. Difference between American beef and Japanese wagyu. American Wagyu is commonly utilizing for grilling, roasting, and passing the fat completely several or find blah, blah, blah. Due to less marbling, and this creates a hearty beefy flavor. All right. Yeah, there's a video on YouTube about the difference. I gotta tell you, it tasted different to me. It tasted really amazing to me. I got a lot of pork in that fridge. I should make pork chops this weekend. Do I want to make pork chops on stream? You know what I should do? Oh my God, I should take my cooking show on the road. I've got all the equipment to take this shit on the road. Oh my God. And then I will get a free meal too. All right, I gotta stop saying that part out in the open. That should be. I didn't say that. Just act like nobody said that. Um my brother, my cousin, my niece. My dad is not gonna cook anything. That's not a bad idea. I will have to travel. But remember, even after you go out and try and make friends, I'm talking about to you if you got the shots. If you haven't gotten the shots, it's gonna be a little more difficult because everybody's sort of wiggy and gun shy, and we all understand this. But I mean, it's the new normal, but you should still have friends, right? Nobody's getting married. Nobody's having babies. That's down. Yeah. Nobody's even having sex. So there goes that. It's not like people aren't having babies because they're extra good with the protection. People aren't having babies because people aren't even getting in the same room. Yeah. Wait, you want to breathe on me in a pandemic? You better get away from me, you weirdo. Yeah, I'm telling you. All right, I'll be right back. I'm starving, but I got nothing here to eat. I could order something. All right, we're back. Now, everybody, nobody panic. Nobody panic. Um, we may be in our last hour. I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Look, I said nobody panic. See, all right, everybody, just calm down. Our last hour. I know. Let's just try and enjoy this next 59 minutes together. Because it's going to be forever until I see you again, which that's 7 a.m. tomorrow. But then who knows? It'll likely be 4 p.m. tomorrow, but doesn't matter. Because you're always welcome here. And like I said, we're going to knock the 7 out. We're not going to be too emotional about it. We're doing a fair amount of drinking. It's not Friday, it's Thursday. My news feed is covered with Look, listen. I like superhero movies. I love superhero. Well, I loved superhero movies. I love comic books. Grew up with them. Now I'm just overly done with superhero movies. I'm just kind of like, I don't like dramas because, like I said, I don't need to see somebody foe kill somebody. you know, um, don't need to see it. Oh, good lord! My skull cap is all sideways. This is a crown. Get one. So what are we doing? You know what? I want to say it's this, but I don't think it's this. I don't think this. I think it might be this. I really do think it might be this. Paint marker. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm being weird. If it's not that, I'll just paint it a black circle. All right, so what did we learn? I hate recaps. What did we learn? This is what we is that off? That is off. Good. This is what we learned. We learned that instead of holding the guitar here, which is what I was doing, and looking over like that, and clenching my teeth, right? I was told to hold it here, sort of balance it. Let's just move this, right? And this way. It's like an A, but like you can a lot more done with your wrists and your hands. It's gonna take some memorizing, right? But that's good. It totally like cleared up my thing. He also, I was doing this, which was hurting my neck. He said, "Don't do that." So I think I'm cured of those two. Been practicing my up and downs, and I've been practicing my precision, as we all know, on the G string. Yeah. Uh, Practicing crabs. We have to get back into our. Well, I think we're gonna try and learn the song anyway, whether I'm ready for it or not. Yeah. Uh. So. So. Um. It's been 28 days. We this weekend we're actually gonna have a schedule. We're absolutely gonna actually have one. That way we can follow a more linear approach to learning. But these past, it hasn't even been 30 days. It's been 27 days. By the I was about to say the 30th day. By the 30th would be the 30 days has September, April, June, and November. We're in July. 31 days in July. Okay. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. All the rest have 31, except for February, which every four has one more. That's the way I learned it. It looked like that light was flashing. Was that light flashing? Well, maybe it's not. Maybe it's the image. All right, we've been streaming for 4 hours. Are we impressed with ourselves? I think we is. What we are going to do now is spiders. But we're not going to plug this thing in to torture you. This is the thing. When I do this, sometimes I zone out and I set the timer for 7 minutes, and some people hang with me while I do that. But I realize that you want to be spoken to and talked to, and I want to talk to you. So, like I said, it's like it's a weird kind of like you're watching me practice. I sort of envision you like hanging out with me, having like a beer or wine or whatever, just kick back talking shit like in our bare feet or whatever. That's the kind of like vibe I'm trying to like imagine in my head. But in that scenario, I'm not just not talking to you, right? Um, some people said I talk too much, but I was like, yeah, I do. I talk more than I play the guitar. And I was like, yeah, but it's also a pod. I'm supposed to interact with the trillions of fans across the galaxy watching this, right? Because they're obviously watching us. Have you not seen the latest nonsense with them and the space? Not space. I'm about to say space people. Them and the unidentified flying objects. Is that what they call them? That's not what they call them. They call them. What does the military call flying saucers? I used to know this. Oh my god! And we also look up a lot of stuff because you should always verify your information, especially if you're right next to a phone, your smartphone, or your intranets. Um, what does the military call UFOs? Navy confirmed video did not did Navy confirmed video did capture UFO sighting. What is that? UFOs are being taken serious by the U.S. government June 4th, 2021. I guess they're calling them UFOs. but that's not what the military calls them. The UFO videos are real, the Navy said, but please stop calling them UFOs. So the videos are real. I mean, some of these are over American military bases. December, the same question. What exactly is the last name refers to? Unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAP. Here's your problem. You don't know what it is. Cancel. You don't know what it is, and you're the American military. That just get everybody involved. It really should. And some of these videos were over American military bases. It really is freaky. So we'll see. Yep, we will see. Huh. It's amazing. All right. This it's fine that this doesn't have any well I guess I'd have to okay. Yep, no. All right. But if I click on a name I can oh man, you should be able to use happy faces regardless. All right. So oh wow, all of a sudden I'm dust in the wind. We've got 20 minutes. I said 4 hours and 30 minutes, right? But then I also said we wouldn't stream much past 4. And I'm freaking starving. Anybody else starving? I'm pretty freaking hungry. What am I gonna make? Well, here's the thing. I I have those French fries, which are easy to warm up. There's an art to warming up French fries, people. Don't throw them in the microwave. What you do is you put them in a plastic bag, not plastic bag. Oh my god! Put them in a little foil, you sort of seal it, be a little open, and you put some. I usually put like a tab of like I have a how do you describe these ramekins? I have a small one filled with a little water just to make sure there's a little moisture in the bag. I don't tip it. I just leave so the water can heat up and sink, like, and then that's it. Yep, that's it. If they're crunchy, I do that. It softens them up. But if they're uh like overdone, it softens them up. But if they're fine, you don't even have to do that. You can just put them in at like 350 for like 20 minutes. Come back in, shuffle them. A little olive oil on the bottom of the plate so they don't stick. And awesome. Don't if you nuke French fries, they get limp and like soggy. And then they'll dry out really fast because you burnt out all the water. First you brought all the water to the floor, then you burnt it all out. So yeah, my way's better. Well, it's not really my way. I found a better way on the intranets. Uh, so I have that, and I have wings, which I can cook the same way, put in aluminum foil, sticking in like a 325 oven for about 20 minutes or so. I could also just make a sandwich. I've got options. I've got options. I don't think I want to be cooking. I can just, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to eat the leftovers I have here before I cook anything. And this, I mean, it's not bad. What's the meal plans? Anybody? I would say a man should always know how to cook, but I think a person should always know. If you like to eat, you should know how to cook. Um, in the olden times, ladies knew how to cook, but then they got modernized and feminized, and now a lot of ladies uh, don't know how to cook, which is sad. Um, in the olden times, a lot of men did not know how to cook because they thought it was woman's work, and then they had to go out into the world, and I don't know how they ate. I really don't. But then some of them was like, "Hey, I should learn how to cook," and then they started doing lady stuff like cooking. And then somewhere in the '60s, cooking just became for everybody, and everybody. It was important that everybody know how to cook. And then somewhere around the '80s, it became less important to everybody, and now no one knows how to cook. I don't know what happened. What's the weather outside?
It's currently partly cloudy and 84 degrees.
It's partly cloudy and 84 degrees. What's the humidity?
The humidity is currently 66%.
Okay, the humidity this morning when at the 9 o'clock show, 9 o'clock at the 7 o'clock show, the humidity was 84. I gotta tell you, man, a lot of humidity in the water when you live next to the water. Who knew? Who knew? Who knew? And apparently, it's a thing that only scientists keep between themselves. It's like the desert's being dry. Who knew that? You know what I'm saying? Oh my goodness. Do we want to play some more? Do we want to play our acoustic? How about that? Strengthen our fingers for the last 15 to 20 minutes. He said they can. I could go for another hour, but I won't. Look, look. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? That's right. Okay, let's move this here so we don't knock stuff off. I could totally go for another hour. Totally could. But again, man, I must have gotten I got up at like 5 in the morning. I'm trying not to do that a lot. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this. All right, microphone check. Microphone check. Remember, I may have to turn that fan on. Hold on. That's good. That's good. Perfect. 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 And wow. Hmm. All right. Let's try stair climbers. How about that? Not stair climber, crabs. Crabs. Wow. Okay. Ew, that's not good. That's not bad. Remember, we got a giant box of mistakes to make. Every time, every session, we must run through like 700 mistakes. That box will soon be empty. And then we can put our screenplays in it. So no matter what you're learning, you're never as bad as the first day you picked it up. Every day gets better, man. Person, sorry. I say man because... And remember, like I was saying, I talk politics forever online in all these shows. All I ever got from it was agita. In 10 years, 5 years, 2 years, 1 year, you know, you get music from this, and it's yours forever, right? So I'm gonna wish you well. We're gonna keep playing. So yeah, I enjoy it. I'm not good, I know, but I enjoy it, and that's part of it. What do you enjoy? And I keep saying, join us here and pick up. It's a game of discipline. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to learn music via guitar, but you might want to write that novel. You might want to paint and sing. You might want to start that band. You might want to be a singer. You might want to publish your poetry. You might want to do any number of things that enriches your life. I would just suggest that, like, after you're done, you leave shit behind, right? So, like, recipes are great, and you should learn to cook just for the richness that it gives you. But with music, you'll leave a song behind, right? With sculpture, you'll leave an art piece behind. With pain, you'll leave something behind, right? And who knows, that thing that you're making in the real world might be worth something down the line, right? Because there's money in all kind of weird shit. So you're not doing it for money, but it's not like you're learning how to. I keep trying to get something that is innocuous and stupid, but I can't really think of anything that is innocuous and stupid, right? All of this stuff is, I don't know. I just don't think you should be so happy to do what. No, I don't even know you. I don't think that we as a society should be so happy to just give up on some of the hope that we had when we were much younger people about maybe being a rock star, a great writer, or whatever before you settle into the malaise of life, right? Maybe somehow you can re-spark that, right? Maybe it's an ember still burning under that fire, right? I mean, I don't know. And somehow, I think the looking for that, you make yourself sort of a little more spiritual, a little more open, a little more hopeful, a little more, you know, because hope drives people. You may not like to say it. Like miserable people don't get far. A lot, people with hope may peter out, but they get farther, right? So it's like, man, and hope is wishing and dreaming, right? Well, what if I did pick up this guitar again? Do you hear him, that little guy? he just he barks at everything. Hey, buddy. So yeah, he's gone. I don't know. I just sometimes you ever have a dog. Sometimes they dig into stuff like they're really investigating. You got to pull them away from it. All right, enough of that. Get away from it. Right? You're just kind of what is this? What is it? What is that? And you're like, all right, nope, nope, get away from it. There's a lot of that going on with that dog. So sometimes you can distract. You don't always used to yell at him. Like I used to go behind you, like just quick enough to catch her attention, then pull away from what she was interested in. Like, look at that squirrel. Get that squirrel. Get that squirrel. She's like, okay. I'm allowed to kill squirrels. She almost caught one. She almost caught a bird and a squirrel in one day. It was her finest day. And I was like, oh my God. You're never supposed to catch them. But yeah, she almost did. freaked me clean out. I love that dog. She was so awesome. It was a small window of perfection in my life at one point before it all turned to. Do we want to say jelly? Let's say jelly. Jelly. Jelly is good. Let's say jelly. But this is another thing, right? Instead of being angry about it, once I know this, I can write a song about how the bitch did me wrong. No, seriously. I can write a goofy song about, uh, I don't know, how maybe I did something wrong, how I could have been better, how she could have been easier, how she's still one of my favorite people, how I wish her well, but I can't see her. I don't want to know her anymore. Versus being an asshole about it. It makes it easy to deal with if you can write a song about it, right? What I mean, and it takes it, like I say it every show. Join me because it takes a year and a half to pick up like enough of the operating language of this thing, which is a starship, right? It's not just gonna be like, all right, here's the pick, here's the fretboard, and you put your fingers on here and you make some noises and not go ahead and discover stuff, right? Yeah, you'll discover stuff, but you'll meet other people be like, oh, this is this and this is how you make this sound, and if you do this, this is, before you know it, they move your progress along, and you can move someone else's progress along, and that's what you freaking want, right? Isn't that what you want? So it's so hard in modern day. I'm gonna say America, just because, like I said, people have less friends. People want you to hate over political issues. People want you to, and everybody seems to be at each other's throat. Maybe if you took less part of that, or more, not you. I keep saying you. I'm sorry. Maybe if more people took less part of that, was like, I see what they're trying to. They're trying to make me hate this dude. Look, this is where I feel about it. I'll talk about it with my friends versus random strangers to argue about at a parade, for God's sakes. And then like, and they always want you to like. I don't know how people have Thanksgiving, because I always see these things where people blow up and lose their shit at Thanksgiving. I've never seen that. I've never seen that. At least not in my family, or any iteration of my family's families, right? My aunt's household, my uncle's household. Like, I heard people lose their shit and be angry that they lost on the bet to the football game. There's always a game between the Cowboys and the Indians, right? Which I always thought was funny. But I was like, really, Cowboys and Indians on Thanksgiving? You're thankful that wait, what is going on here with this? Um, but they always play. I think there's 3 games, but they always play on Thanksgiving, and I always thought it was weird. But the idea that they would yell and scream over football or baseball or basketball, the basketball's on too. I never liked basketball. That's fine. But the way TV always makes it play out in these movies, like families just hate each other and then they show up to Thanksgiving dinner. Yeah, you get these anomalies of broke families where they do dark things, and then they do dark things on sacred days like birthdays and weddings and Christmas and Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? It just, but I don't think that's. I keep saying you, like I know, but I don't think that's us. I don't think that's us. I think they can find unique anomalies and go, see that? That's every day. That can happen to you. You need to tune in tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow just to see what else might happen to you if you don't tune in. If you just got away from that, like, I'm not tuning in tomorrow. I used to like playing the guitar, or I used to like trying to play the piano, or I always wanted to play the guitar, or maybe I always wanted to sing, or I always wanted to write that book, or I always wanted to do poetry or sci-fi, or maybe I'll go down to the oh, what do they call them? Neighborhood theaters. What do they call those? Right, and just take like a small part of how 1,000 things just to get like and you're volunteering. It's a hobby. Once it stops being fun, you can stop doing it. It's not your job, right? So if you go down there and you like it, and if it's too, maybe you'll take another. Maybe you just write your own skits on the internet, right? What 1,000 things to do that enrich your life, and video content will be there forever, right? So yeah, maybe you should do. Ooh, I'm gonna keep that one to myself. Maybe you should do some like internet stuff. Cooking, right, is up there and YouTube cooking videos make money, right? So not just recipes, but like YouTube cooking videos make money. People building shit on the internet make money. People like to fly kites. They put that on. Just find something that you like to do and do it, and just get a little as far away from the perpetual energy of you should hate somebody, and let us tell you who, or let us tell you why. And once you go, man, I hate that guy, they're gonna be like, cancel you. You suck. Hate. Oh my God, you're hard. You're like, well, I just did what everybody else was doing. No, 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 no. You're canceled. And then your boss will call you and use that as an excuse. Bob, I hate to say that we're paying you $180,000. I mean, I'm sorry. I meant to say I hate to let you go because we don't tolerate that kind of chicanery. By the way, I just gave myself a $180,000 raise. You're like, ugh, you know, it's hard to start over. um, at freaking 60. No one's getting married. Family is in debt. How do you like your family but don't want one of your own? Someone explain this to me. How do you like your brothers and sisters' kids but don't like the idea of having your own? And when you do, why do you have no one they can talk to when you're gone? I think this is an anomaly, a bump in human history. I think people will realize I didn't like growing up by myself, and then those people will likely have more kids. And I think that wave is coming. Um, but yeah, I love my family. I don't understand all of them, and I'm pretty sure they don't fucking understand me. I mean, they're like probably going, "He's doing what on the internet?" Oh my God, that boy, right? And I'm pretty sure they don't understand me, but they love me, and that's what family is for, right? Some support, and some real like talk, like what are you doing, and to defend your choices. I don't have to defend it to you or him or her, but to my family, you kind of do. Explain yourself, man. What's that about? Oh, well, man, I just always felt this. And then they'll tell you, well, let me tell you what this is wrong. You go, well, I don't think you're right about that because X, Y, and Z. And then your family will go, at least my family will go, well, okay, I get that. That makes sense. Or if they don't get it, really, all right, well, good luck with that. I hope you do well. And then they go about their business, but they let you know where they stand, right? Versus friends who are insincere and sycophantic knuckleheads who follow you around because you're doing well one day and then are gone the next. So you want to make sure that you have a strong family support system and good friends, right? What's the saying? God gave you friends to make up for your family. And the other one, you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your family. Right? All these fun little things, but you get to pick the people you like. And that's a bonus on your family, right? You don't get to pick them, but you have to, and I mean it, you have to love them. You have to, right? Put the thing your brother or sister does to you should not weigh so heavy that it's a fucking family soap opera and it echoes through the ages, right? One, they shouldn't do that to you, first of all. So I mean, especially look, listen, you may have family that you're not related to. I'm not family that you're related to. You may have family that you didn't grow up in the same household with, but are blood relatives, and that's being grown up in a different kind of a different system. My mother's system was not so different than my aunts and uncle's system because they all grew up under the same matriarch, and my great aunts. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't think my sisters flow is that much different from my mother. The technology is different, right? But there are some things you're going to do in this house because I told you, yes, ma'am. You know what I'm saying? There's that going on in like the black family dynamic. And it's important. And I think somewhere along the way, I don't know how it is in Italian family dynamics or in Jewish family dynamic, but all these groups are having less kids. Latino family dynamic, or should I say Latinx? Yeah, I think the Latino community put an end to that. Good job, guys. Um, so yeah, just this is this is my run at self discipline every day here, twice a day, playing guitar for as long as I want, learning some stuff, maybe talking some stuff. I've been talking some stuff for a while now, but and people would show up in your chat and go, "You suck," and that's fine. Ban. That's it. No way. I'm glad. Thank you for your input. Ban. You know, but most people show up with good intentions and trying to help you, and you should pay the you should pay it forward. So when you go into people's chats, you shouldn't be an asshole. You know what I'm saying? People like to be an asshole to people, but want respect from everybody. Just I, I I run around. I'm holding doors for people. Yes, ma'am. I view it more as something that my grandmother. I didn't get that from my mother. I got that from my grandmother. Putting me manners are important, right? And every now and then, well, here in Virginia, there's a lot of racist motherfuckers, and you can spot them. But I still hold doors and say thank you. I try and make polite small talk that lasts about 20 seconds between interactions as I get in my car, never to see you again, right? That's the magic of it. That's the magic of it. It doesn't cost you shit. And it burns off fucking negative energy. And if you believe in God, it's brownie points to get into heaven. You know what I'm saying? All these kind of things. But yeah, it's but you grew up in a I both grew up. I grew up in a system that way. I was telling my nephew that his system he grew up in the 80s was about get that loot, right? Greed is good. Money, money, money was a song in the 60s. But there was like two or three of those, right? But now all these songs are about money, all of them. And that's the aesthetic. It's not about I don't know what it's about. I don't know what it is about. But it's a different system. So I grew up with the ecology playing, right? What does your kid grow up listening to in the background that you ignore? Oh, I saw the wildest thing today. I had to go pick up something. There was this woman in the shop. She was on the phone, like talking to somebody, and she had like a 3-year-old. He was like, "Oh, mommy, can I see? Can I see? Don't touch it." And I was just kind of. She had like this nice like salmon fish down to like the knuckle palm. Like she must have been about 30 if she was anything. And I was just kind of like, you're supposed to be teaching this kid about the world, right? You got this 3-year-old at your heels, but you're on the phone talking to somebody who's a million miles away. I think that plus all these kids who aren't seeing anybody's faces, all these masks, can't see if anybody's smiling at you or grinning at you or scowling at you. Like, what's the difference between a smile and like a scowl? You know what I'm saying? Just kind of like, oh. I think somewhere along the way, that's going to come back to haunt the whole world. The whole world. So, yeah. Thank you, China. Not saying it's China's fault. It's China's fault. Yeah. It is what it is. What it is. What it is. Yeah. The first important thing is a clear tone. So let's go back to practicing clear tones. Yeah, y'all don't need to hear 5 hours of this, do you? Oh my God. We have been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Um, I'm hungry, but I'm not gonna cook. I've had 2 hamburgers thawing in the kitchen, in the refrigerator for about 2 days. So maybe I will cook that tonight. Uh, my brother makes the best. So I guess what I'll do is I'm not gonna eat them both. Well, I'll cook it both of them tonight, and then refrigerate the rest. I've began to eat hamburgers like once a month now. Cook like hamburgers once a month now. I don't know how long that's gonna last. I would like to be a good cook. I would like to be a moderately good cook and a moderately good guitar player. I would like to write moderately decent essay stories, fair, whatever. Right, to show I've got a little mental power, right, a little musical power, a little culinary power. And I'd like to go back to getting fit because look at this. This is not going to last. It can't last. Um, and that's what I see for myself, right? The perfect me in my own head, right? Um, maybe I'll get there, maybe I won't, right? But all the other stuff, marching and protesting and sending money to politicians, I look back on it now and I think that that may have been hopeful but stupid. Right. This is different. This I am hopeful uh and not stupid, but I'm hopeful that I can learn this thing. Right. I like to cook. I hope that I can bump that up. Um, I like art. Hopefully, I can bump that up. I like fitness. It's been a while since I got fit, but yeah, hopefully, I can bump that up. And all that takes discipline. So this is why like it's like the show about nothing. This is a show about discipline. If we're going to call it a show or program or whatever we're going to call it, we don't know yet. But this is a show about discipline. And our discipline is me learning music, and via music, I'm learning guitar because it's the only instrument I have. Um, but man, did a lot of reading those first 26 days, and my fingers have gotten better. But if I could read 100 pages about music, my fingers will only improve about 3 pages per 100. You know what I mean? So I'm beginning to think that I've got a ton of time to. I don't think I can read these books. I might be able to. Good Lord, I'm gonna have to look online about. And plus, I also said I wanted to, I have a bucket list item, right? Hey, what's up, MJ? How's it, Whiffly, my fellow flippers never. Um, good, good, good. So we have been streaming for 4 hours and 42 minutes. We said we wouldn't stream more than 3 hours unless we were gaming. I think, and mind you, we're gonna start the pod at 6 Monday, and we'll likely run to like 8:39. But yeah, we're gonna have to actually write up that schedule so we know what to practice and when to practice. Um, and the same old bullshit. I'll be telling you, hopefully, that yes, you can be better. Come on, right? You can learn some new thing. You can learn it in secret if you want to, or you could gather with your friends and learn it. That whole uh, thing I keep mentioning every show about how people don't have friends. That poll, I'm asking you to actively work against it in like learning your whatever discipline you choose to pick up. I'd like to learn how to sew. You know, I've got these weird ass pants I love, and it's simple to make them. Not, and I would love to learn how to just make these pants. That's it. The softest material I can find in 2-tone, 3-tone, 8-tone, bright colors, stupid colors, instead of ordering them from Taiwan. You know what I'm saying? I mean, why don't we do anything anymore? Because I think the society makes it hard to do shit. If you were like, yo, money, all right, homie, I'm gonna see you later. I'm gonna practice my rhymes. Then I'm gonna go to the club. But before I gotta do that, I gotta cut out this sewing pattern. And they're like, what? You would have to have a really strong sense of who you are to just be like, to keep them as friends, take their ribbing and do what you're gonna do anyway. Most people are just like, the hell with you, I don't and then you begin cutting off friends, and before you know it, you run out of friends, and you don't need anybody, and people are and all the people that you do know are just sort of surface level, not serious people, right? Just a little more confidence in yourself and a little more of a that's that whole thing about like people give you the finger, just act like man instead of engaging them, this road rage nonsense. That's part of just like letting shit go. So that whole bit of letting shit go when your man like you look sewing, look at him. You're like yeah sewing, yeah. Well you gonna make a dress hat? Yeah, I'm gonna wear it and a pretty hat too. I'm great guys. I'll see you later. And then like it'll come out. Oh yeah, he sold some shit. You're like oh that's cool. And in my experience, people will be like, yo man, I got this thing that I need done. If or their girl will come to you if you're sewing, I guess. But normally, it's if it's something else like, oh, you know about X? Well, let me ask you this. When they pull you aside, I used to get a lot of let's call it friendly ribbing because I liked information, right? And they would call me like stuff like egghead and bullshit like. But eventually, in my family, people started asking me stuff, right? And I would have the answer, or I would know where to find the answer. So it turns on its head. So yeah, discipline is a good thing. And once you build up your discipline, you can swap it into something else. Like, right? So I'm telling you these things I want to do, but I know that once I have discipline, and the best place I hate to say to learn it is the military. The military knows discipline, and I never joined, and it's too late for me now. And I'm not sitting here telling you 17-year-olds to run down there and join to get some discipline, but I just think that you can look up how the military teaches people, which is online for fucking some reason. But then again, so is the Russian way, I guess. I don't know. Um, I don't know. It's discipline is a thing, right? And with a little bit of stoicism, you got to be able to endure pain, right? And we all have our different pain thresholds, but when we're not Steve McQueen and Cool Hand Luke, right? That's stoicism. That's like just suffering through the pain without showing that it hurts or saying that it hurts or wincing in any measure of it. You're just kind of like, it is what it is, right? Stoicism. I'm not that. I'm an emotional person, right? And Stoics don't write songs. They just kind of like endure pain. But you can be taught how to be a Stoic, right? And then once the Stoicism is over, you can go and join. I mean, and go write your songs or whatever. But yeah, Cool Hand Luke is a quintessential uh, Stoic hero, where he just endures pain. He doesn't complain about it. He doesn't wince about it. You know, he just endures it. And then he may smile, and everybody around him is like, "This fucking guy's a legend." So, yeah, for all of you who have not seen Cool Hand Luke, please treat yourself. I think it might be on Amazon. I'm pretty sure it's freaking on Amazon. Everything and their mother is on Amazon. Cool Hand Luke. It is. So I've been practicing trying to get close to the back of the fret and not touch any of the strings, while I'm also practicing. Ew, that's not good. While I'm also practicing up and down, because I wasn't doing up and downs, I was just doing downs. It's and it feels like a whole different world. Ah! So yeah, learning the guitar on stream. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be awesome. One day you will tune in and you'll be like, "Oh my God, that's an actual song. I recognize that song." Right? And I'm gonna ask you what it is, and you're gonna go, "It's Star Spangled Banner." I'm gonna go, "No, it's We Will Rock You." You're gonna go, Then you come in 3 weeks later, and the same thing will happen. Is that You've Got a Fast Car? And I go, "No, it's We Will Rock You." You're like, You'll come again. Can I ask? And you're like, "That Piano Man?" I go, "No, it's We Will Rock You." And then you'll come in the last hour and go, "God, you got really good at We Will Rock You." And I will say, "No, it's 59th Street Bridge." And you just go, "Dude, maybe you should stop playing the guitar. It has been 1,000 days." Remember, we want to keep a good sense of humor. We want to play, we want to write, but we don't want to be assholes. So we're gonna try and develop a good sense of humor as well. That whole thing about letting stuff go, and like I said, like you love your family, you can meet friends. Part of that is being a little bit vulnerable, but like again, but like I said, don't excuse my language, but nobody wants to be a sucker or a pussy for anybody, right? So I mean, but you don't you've met people who are just always edgy and just as sometimes you just don't want to deal with it as an older person. And I realized as a young person, I tolerated because I didn't know other people. Right? If you had a better choice of people to hang out with, new people who did interesting stuff, maybe you wouldn't hang out with people who only wanted to drink and like smoke weed and shoot guns or and not to say there's anything wrong with that, I'm just saying maybe you need to expand your whole deal. That's all I'm saying. Deal. Um, so we will be sitting here every day trying to big you up to do greatness while I try and big myself up to do greatness. Um, that's it. It's really that simple. I've always been this way. I like people. I wish people well, but it's really kind of hard to do it alone. So yeah, I could this way I could do it on the internet. I could talk to a trillion people and maybe I'll find five other people like me. And then together we'll make a the best soup slash guitar slash okay, that's pretty good. Um wow, that was off on all of them. But that's fine because this is day 27. Every time people said mean things to me today. But that's fine. I told him and I told everyone else, it's day 27 of 1,000 day journey. Right? I'm committed to this thing. Sometimes I play all day. Sometimes I play half the day and do some talking. But that's the way I'm learning. How are you going to learn it? Like I said, you can be a political prognosticator or YouTube web surfer saying mean things about my guitar playing, right? But where would you be in 10 years? None of that shit is worth shit. Who knows? Maybe in 10 years, I will be a guitar player, an ex guitar player who now plays the piano. Oh, that would be awesome. When I was a young man, I still got all these books over there. I read like everything Stephen King wrote and all this sci-fi stuff, and I was like, man, the way they turn that phrase, the way they get you involved, I would really like. I didn't never want to write a book because I was like, a book sounds like a lot of just kind of all. It's not where I'm at. I'm a little too zany for books, but I was like, I could write like 22 pages. I've written scripts before. Scripts are very easy to write for me. I was like, I could write like a 90-page script, right? Maybe I'll go back to writing scripts. It's just testing yourself in these. And if your boys or your girls or your family don't get it, you know, I hate to say it, but then do it in secret. It's not their business. You know what I'm saying? And it took 20 minutes a day, separate yourself 20 minutes a day, give it a shot. Paint something. Well, painting takes a little more shit. But like write something, you can slip away and like write five. Like some of these stories are like, you know, what was that thing? One cent, one, two, 10 sentence horror stories. Like they've been around forever, but then someone made it a TV show. But before it was a TV show, do not fall off of that. All right, thank you. Before it was a TV show, we used to do it. It was like 2 sentence horror stories or thriller stories or mysteries or 2 sentence stories. 150 short 2 sentence horror stories to freak you out. These 2 sentence horror stories will send you. Yeah, how to write a 2 sentence story. Yeah, goofy. They're always horror. I just can't mess with horror. I'm so sensitive. I'm mentally sensitive. My goodness. Okay, so wow, we're gonna carry on for about another. We're gonna carry on to about 8 p.m. Eastern, and then we're gonna take dip out of here. I am Karma Armor on Twitch and True S Armor on YouTube. Please like and subscribe where you find me. I game on Twitch though. I haven't done it in a minute. We're gonna fix that this weekend. Um, and I put cooking videos, cooking streams generally, um, and political pods on my YouTube channel. But I guess that I can actually do that now here. I gotta fix my whole YouTube life. My whole internet life is a hot mess. Um, remember, I mean, you want friends, and to have friends, you got to be a little bit vulnerable. You don't have to be a sucker, but you do have to be a little bit vulnerable. You have to share a bit of yourself. You can't just be a pod person and be one of many acquaintances of some random somebody. You know what I'm saying? So you really do have to share a bit. But here's the thing: don't share with everybody, right? I mean, you're trying to make friends. You don't make friends in a weekend, right? You make acquaintances in a weekend, and you're like, eventually you become friends over the course of like, I would say 3 weeks to like, because you like to hang out with that person, right? So yeah, you have to make friends. You have to, and then those friends go do stuff together. If you meet in a group, you have to be able to exist outside of that group, right? Here's the problem with all these racist dudes. They meet in these racist groups, but they don't do anything outside of that other than drink alcohol together, right? Um, you have to be able to take from whatever group that is, um, and put it in another setting. And some groups don't translate to other settings, right? So you can meet somebody, and like I said, I wanted to learn how to sew. Meet someone in the sewing class and go, yeah, we're both the only two weird dudes with pink Millennium Falcon shirts in here, and everyone else is a lady. And then we like laugh that off. You smoke? Oh no, I quit smoking. No, no, you can smoke. That don't bother me, right? So then you go outside. He has to smoke. You talk some shit. Oh yeah, I used to do this. I used to do that. Oh yeah, that's me. I used to do this. I used to do that. You can find out you may have one or two things in common. You go back in. See you later. Come back next week. He's hey, right. There's a little more familiarity. And then that's how things happen. Then maybe you go, hey, I got to take us to a ball game. Now you're outside of that arena and you're seeing if you hang out well. I've hung out with people outside of arenas and found that they were mean drunks. They were assholes, right? They couldn't really be trusted. They were always fighting people. I'm like, I don't want to hang out with you. Like I learned that in college. Like people were one way on the college campus, and then you could get them like in the actual bar and shit, and everybody's kind of like ridiculous. Not everybody, but some people are ridiculous. And you're just kind of like, yeah. So, you pick your friends, like you're a big kid now. You can pick who you like, but you should go out there and try and meet people. No one's saying have a million friends, but like I think you need in this society of people who have less friends, you need to show your fantasticness of the environment. Don't be a raw nerve, but at the same time, don't be so sensitive that it's hard to make friends. You know how to make friends. You've been doing it your whole life. Um, That's what it is. People don't have friends. I find that amazing. I really do. Uh, and I get as you get older, you have less friends. I get that. People get married, people move away, right? You get preoccupied with your children. But then you have friends of different varieties. The idea that you have no friends at all stages of like, I just find amazing. I just think something, something has gone horribly wrong, horribly wrong. All right. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, wow. Okay, look. In 50 seconds, we will have been streaming for 5 hours, which is a little weird, but that's all right. We're gonna wrap this thing up in 3 minutes. Who's ready? Please like and subscribe. Oh, that doesn't seem right. All right, we're gonna strap this up a little. Let's give ourselves 10 minutes because I talk a lot. Um, We're gonna wrap this up in about 3 minutes, but I just don't want that to immediately. So we're gonna move the show from 4 in the afternoon to 6, and yeah, every day, Monday through Monday, and that's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. For the next year and a half, we'll be streaming here, for 1,000 days. And at that year and a half, we will reset and reshuffle and finish off that other year and a half, which creates about 1,000 days. Thank you very much. Thank you. I did the math myself. I know. What awards, applause? Stop, please sit down. Stop it. Laurels, flowers. Stop it. All right. So listen. Some of this is goofy silliness, and that's the way it's best to learn, in my opinion. Um, the stuff that I really have to drill down on, I'll do off camera. Maybe I'll record it drilling down and then put a video on YouTube about it, but it won't be live. Because trust me, you don't want to sit here and hear me do this for like another 5 hours. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, hold it. Oh, wait. I think I got it. You know, I mean, this is the ugly phase of this thing. I expect it to get better, like I said, in 3 months. Um, yeah, it is what it is. As you learn online, in front of the world, my homie. Ooh, I think I have to change both of. Could that be a thing we do tomorrow? Change both guitar strings. That's all. Yeah, I think we need to change both guitar strings. Okay. Oh wow, we've been streaming for 5 hours in a minute. I want to thank you. I just gave you guys a have friends speech. That's super important. Uh, Try and let some of the bullshit like not affect you. Fight the real fights, right? Not all the traffic shit and the we look at me funny nonsense. Let that stuff go. Those are small potatoes for stupid and low people, right? Uh, Pick up a discipline, whatever you know what you're interested in. Maybe it'll be lucrative in like 5 years or 1,000 days, right? Um, like I always say, God made you out of clay. That's amazing. And if you don't believe in God, then you are made out of cosmic dust and like the cosmic winds. And scientists say that, right? So yeah, I don't see how either way. I don't see how you are not a super consequential being, um, which means you should be doing super consequential shit, right? Get up on your discipline, learn this, write that. Maybe it'll lead you into a whole new career path. Uh, Make friends. It's important, not lovers. I mean, you can make friends, and uh, friends will introduce you to people. And but if that doesn't work out, you still have your friends, right? So we're not looking for lovers. We're looking for friends. Um, Please come back and watch me learn to play guitar. My humble, silly ass self. I wish you well as long as you wish other people well, because I don't want to wish you well if you're doing evil in the world, right? But I think most of you are like me, and you're just trying to get to the next level, right? Trying to get to the next stage, trying to have a little fun while you do it, trying to put a little money in your pocket as you do it, and maybe we can all do it together. Oh wow, okay, it's 8:01. Remember, 7 a. Oh, I might as well do this now. 7 a.m. to. I think I'm gonna do this now. All right, so let's copy this. 7 a.m. tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We will do our standing constant morning program. Put that there. Tomorrow is, let's change the date. It's Friday. It's Friday. All right. It's Friday morning. So our 4 p.m. show went on today at 3. I don't feel bad about it. I was super eager to play and talk smoke, but it was a little earlier than I anticipated. What is going on with this thing? There you go. This is tomorrow, 7 a.m. Whoop. And it is not good. Yeah, this is excellent. There you go. Did that work? It worked. Excellent. All right. So, wow. So there's another bulletin up for tomorrow morning show. I'm beginning to learn how to multitask. I'm sorry that took so long. I'm not a super groovy cat with the cleverness. But remember, you know, the worst day you'll ever be at something is the first day you tried it, right? And every day you get better. I wish you luck, and I hope you wish me luck. And we are not done with this engagement. We're going to be here for about to say 1,000 years, 1,000 days, easily the next 90, and then after that, easily the next year and a half. And we're going to learn to play the guitar, and you're going to see actual progress. And then you're going to go, look, a year and a half, I can do that. I got that to spare. and you'll hop in, and before you know it, I'll be buying your mixtape CDs and shit because that's how weird and crazy the world is. I gotta really seriously tell you. For all I know, the hottest next rap band or punk rock band or alt metal band will be like a 70-year-old group of old ladies, right? They weren't born in their 30s. What if you're 60, you were born in like the 60s, for God's sakes, right? Early 60s or 50s, the sexual revolution. Our older people should be way cooler than the acting, right? They went through a lot of shit. They're not prima donnas, is all I'm saying. Um, it's 8:05. We've been streaming for 5 hours and 10 minutes. This is where we shut it down. I got love for you. Please show up tomorrow at 7 a.m. and have coffee with me and play a bad guitar. Our guitar has slowed in a week. Our guitar playing has slowed on in two areas. One, we got really good advice, but that took us off of where we were going, which is fine, and slowed us down a ton. It's good shit. Maybe I practice that stuff offline and do the other stuff here. But we still have to come up with a musical scale. We have to come up with the rest of the guitar. Uh, I guess poster. We're gonna call that. What are we gonna call that? Uh, so it'll be some arts and crafts, some writing. I have to find something to read about music that isn't contemporary, so I don't have to deal with like lawsuitery and all this nonsense and having to take stuff down. And yeah, we'll figure it out because we are not done, baby bubble. I want to thank all of you. I hope you have a good evening. I will see you Friday morning for coffee and guitaring. And I just preached to you about all the things I always preach when I leave a show. But this was been a long one. Normally at the three, it's 3 hours and 30 minutes, and then I give you that. But now I'm just giving you peace and love, and I hope that you do well. Let's shut this down. Peace and love, and I hope that you do well today, and I hope you do well tomorrow. And if you swing by on the Sunday show, like I always say, those count for church and mosque and synagogue. So you might want to get some of that. 7 a.m. shows on Saturday are way longer than the hour and a half, the hour and 15-minute shows on weekdays because it's the weekend. We can do what we want. Um, Saturday and Sunday, I may actually cook on one of these streams. Who knows, right? I'm beginning to feel less constricted by like, but I'm also don't want to be so less constricted that we slide off of our regimen of 7, 2 a days. Monday we're going to start it at 6, but 2 a days. It's only been 4 for like 2 weeks. I guess, man. All right, we got to stop moving this thing around. 2 a days is the 7 a.m. will remain the 7 a.m. Uh, then we go to 6 a.m. Monday, and I hope that you join us 7 a.m., 4 p.m. tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday, and then 6 p.m. on Monday. Uh, da, 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 da. Please like and subscribe and follow me on YouTube as True Armor and follow me on Twitch as Karma Armor. And yeah, let's do the thing we're here to do, which is learn music via guitar. I got love for you. I hope you're well. Uh, and I will see you in the next one. Peace.